and nothing can stop me. No, 'cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah. So set the bar before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find no matter what. So set the bar before the moment flies.
All right. It is Friday night. We're about to have a good time. Let's get this party started right out the gate. Let's bring up some more sound, some more good music. There we go. Yeah. Friday night, drink in hand. I don't know what your plans are, but I know my plans are. I got an empty glass, and I should not be the only one with an empty glass. Like I always say, I don't care what you're drinking tonight. I don't care what your favorite elixir is. I don't care if you're drinking powdered milk or pet milk, evaporated milk or warmed milk. Just don't have your boy Andre on Love Crossing Borders, Andre and Andre edition, drinking alone. Once again, ice in hand, drink in hand. Our drink right now, we're just gonna, we got some leftover eggnog with brandy, and that's how we're gonna do it tonight. We're doing the eggnog leftover with the brandy on ice. Shout out to you guys being here tonight. Oh yeah, I like that. Something smooth, make you feel good. Let you know that the weekend is here. You bust your tail all week long just to be able to sit down and have a drink with your boy. It's your boy Andre live out of Cali, Colombia. You living your best life. I'm living mine too. Make sure you guys click that like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure you like us too. I got some of you guys that are coming in the live stream tonight. I made a mistake and dropped a link for StreamYard for the wrong gentleman. So Dutch and Peter, I'm gonna have to let you gentlemen go. It's not your fault. It was my fault. I actually put in the wrong link for you guys. You guys need to just be watching the live stream, but I will not be bringing anybody up on stage this evening. So let me let you guys go. And also, I do have a guest coming on tonight, my man Felix. We're going to be talking about a couple of things. One thing we're going to be talking about is everything ain't for everybody. But before we do all that, let's get ready for these shout outs for you guys. Let me put my glasses on. I'm not going to pretend like I can see. Once I was blind, now I see all 30 of you individuals that are in the building right now. Shout out to you. And to let you guys go that's in the studio, shout out to you, Dustin. Thank you for being here. But like I said, I sent the wrong link to some of you guys. I only have one guest tonight, and Dustin, you're not the one. Also, my man Peter, shout out to Peter in the building. But Pete, I got one guest tonight. You aren't the one. Our guest tonight will be coming up, letting us know about his purchasing of real estate here in Colombia. Bring that dude back. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Let me get these shout outs right now. Let me start with some chats. My man Tanner Kate is in the building representing with the $20 super sticker for the love of the game. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. My man Abraham will be coming down. I got your dates right now, Abraham. Sitting right there. I'm looking at it right now. I know what time you come in, brother. I got your back, brother. I got your back. Shout out to you with the $5 super chat. Blessings, fam. I will be there in 18 days. I'm looking right now at the countdown. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And my man, the Canadian boys at it again. The Canadian boys are at it again. All right. My man Black Nubian with the $2 super sticker. Shout out to you. Let's go back to everybody else because we're all live in the building tonight. Shout out to you. All right. And let me make sure I got everything set up with the guests before I get ready for these shout outs. Shout out to Gail at Night in the building. All right, there we go. Let me get this set up for our guests. Oh yeah, I like that beat. All right, here we go. Let's scroll back up and give the shout outs. My man Ian B is in the building. First of all, 34 people in the building. Click that like button. Once again, we like you. We really do. Make sure you like us too. Let me know what you guys are drinking. If I'm drinking the leftover eggnog with the brandy in it, shout out to my brother from Detroit that brought it for me. Shout out to Detroit. Shout out to the Lions this weekend. The Lions playing Tampa. Both of my cities are playing against each other. Both my cities are playing against each other. So we're going to see how this one goes. All right. Oh, that's good. Shout out to my man David in the building. He said, salute Andre and family tonight, drinking and simple, crisp red apple ale. Oh, man, that sounds good. That sounds good, man. I like that. Shout out to Big Mike. He said, listen to Andre or else don't end up like Tim Reed. Yeah, they don't end up like that. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you for being here. Shout out to my man Murphy in the building. Salute to you, kind sir. Salute to you as well. Also, my man Mike Lowry is in the building of the Lowry family. As well as my man, one of my favorite YouTube names, the Black Scorpion, part of the 5 Deadly Venom in the building. Once again, my man Tevin, good looking out, brother. And my man Don is in the building. Salute to you, Andre, toasting up all the peeps here in the chat. Oh yeah, here's a toast to all of us, fellas. All 42 people in the building. Remember, this is another episode of Real Estate. For those that aren't here tonight, they're going to miss out. Because here's what's going to happen. This video, just like the last one, is going to end up going into the Patreon. So you guys who are here tonight, take advantage of it. All the information that my man, the Giant Traveler, has for us tonight, make sure that you guys take advantage of it. Do like I always do, have a pen in hand. Pen in hand, a pen in one hand and a drink in the other. And you doing good on a Friday night. Let's scroll down to the next group of guys. Once again, Jonathan, salute to you. Salute to you. Oh yeah, Brandy, definitely. Sean, D, up, Sean. Them Detroit boys at it again. Shout out to my brother Sean, who I love so much. That's my dude, my sidekick, family. I actually met, this is the crazy part. When people say females and males can't be friends, that's how I met one of my closest friends, my brother Sean. I actually was close friends with his wife, who wasn't his wife at that time period, right? And she said, listen, I just met somebody, Andre. I said, who'd you meet? She said, I met a brother from... She said she met a brother from Detroit, Michigan. I said, oh, I gotta meet this brother. And me and Sean, since that time period of meeting through Kendra, shout out to Special K, we've been closer than the Wonder Friends. Activate. on the Super Friends. Shout out to that brother. He said, Drake, you still listening to the oldies? Oh yeah, man, listen. I'm still an old school dude. I'm thinking about getting a little small record player that I could just plug my headphones into. Man, I can listen to. I want to listen to some LPs and some 45s. Yeah, man. Oh man, Southern Vegan's in the building. What's up, Andre? Always good to see you, brother. He said, glad you're safe after the earthquake. Yeah, there. Yeah, bruh. Yeah, we had an earthquake today here in Colombia. You know, all that junk that I always talk about earthquakes. I'm good. I got this. This has been my 5th earthquake here in Colombia since I've been here 6 years. Bruh, I just so happen to be awake. All of a sudden, everything started moving, and I look over, and I'm seeing everything over there moving, and I'm like, okay, now it's time for me to start moving. And so I made it to the door. That was the first wave. When I felt the first wave go, I said, oh, the second wave about to come, and I knew that was going to be a little worse than the first one. So by the time I made it to the doorway, all my neighbors were standing in their apartment doorways, and the building just a rocket. Just a rocket. And it only lasts for maybe like a good 4, 5, 6 seconds. It wasn't long, but it was strong. And then all the guys we're in Cali. Let's put it in this way. Just imagine if you felt an earthquake and you were in Tennessee. And everybody in Detroit and Chicago, Kansas City, Atlanta, they felt the same earthquake. Everybody in Virginia felt the same earthquake that you felt. That's how that earthquake was here in Colombia. People from Medellin started reaching out to each other. People in Bogota, people in Pereira, in the coffee region. Everybody across Colombia had been start picking up their phones and reaching out to each other like, bruh, did you feel that? Some brothers were asleep because it happened like 6 o'clock in the morning. But yeah, it was good, man. We're fine. We're doing good. Thanks for asking about that. Yeah, that was a strong one. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Shout out to my man Jay in the building. Good St. Louis boys at it again. Midwest is always in the building doing great things. What's my word of the day? Oh man, I don't have my word of the day, but I do have a moment of the day. How about this? I was proud of myself. I actually, without Andrea's help, I was the one that went to immigration today. Went on ahead and got my certification because I'm working on getting my visa for my permanent visa in Colombia next month. So we're gathering all my paperwork up to send it out. And so I was the one that went to immigrations, took care of all the business, got my new visa photo taken care of, and got all that put together so I could give it to Andrea so she can do the process, work her magic with getting my visa. And I was proud of myself. I didn't have to have Andrea there to officially take care of some business. I could go there by myself. And so my Spanish is good enough to where I can at least make it through immigration. So I was proud of that moment. That was really good. So I don't have a word today, but I did have a moment today that made me feel good. Shout out to my man Shay in the building, as well. Salute to you guys. And my man Kings and Dreams. Make sure you subscribe to this brother's channel. He does some amazing interviews with some of the beautiful Colombianas and some of the women from around the world. So he's always doing some great interviews. And he's always bringing the ladies on his channel. So if you haven't seen Kings and Dreams, you're doing yourself a disservice, gentlemen. So I'll salute to you once again, Jay, for the $20 super chat. And my favorite YouTube name of all time, the African Wolf. Oh yeah, is in the building. Shout out to you, brother. And Chaos Reigns. Man, I must be doing something right. Man. Shout out to my man Chaos Reigns. I was watching you doing a recap video the other day about last night or night. It was a lot the night before I was watching your video. So make sure you guys subscribe to Chaos Reigns. If you are a YouTuber, I'm going to say this again. If you are a content creator, make sure that you drop the link to your channel so guys can subscribe. We got 54 people in here. You should have at least 30, 35 new subscribers on your channel. Shout out to you guys. Also, yeah, I love that beat. Bring that beat back. That's a good one. Sounds like some old school hip hop. Queens, New York, 718 in the building. Andrew, I want the name of your minister of tourism in Colombia. Well, each city has a different minister of tourism. He says, you can do a great job of redefining Colombia moat. Then native Colombians. Absolutely correct. Yeah, hey man, listen, I love it down here. I ain't gonna even lie. I love South America in general. I do love being out the States. If y'all want the truth be told, I love being out the States. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Every day, even though you got responsibilities, even though you got bills, even you got things to do, you still feel good that you made it outside of the plantation. I'm no longer on Mr. Gilmore's property. Mr. Gilmore, good white folk, but I ain't on this property no more. Shout out to my man, the Giant Traveler. He's in the building right now, our guest. My man Iman is in the building. Shout out to Iman is in the building. And of course, moderator of the year, my man Charles Jones is in the building. What's good, everybody? Andre, got time back, got to turn the music down. Oh no, I need that music loud right now. I'm gonna turn it down in a minute, but right now it's gonna be loud. Don't make me flow. I can't do that. I'm bad. Shout out to my man Richard in the building. Shout out to you. What's good, family? Also, my man EKNL in the building. Just popping up. Shout out to you, brother, as well. I think we got everybody so far, except for my man Dark Green. Gotta have him, as well as my man Sean is in the building. Shout out to you. He said the mic doesn't sound like it's on. So let me scroll down. And let me turn the music down just to hear how I sound on the mic. Thanks for letting me know, guys. We want to have a good sound tonight. Oh yeah, it doesn't sound like it's the mic. Shout out to you for letting me know. Let me turn it down just to hear how I sound. Let me see. Let me go back. I'm gonna have to go out. Let me see if I can redirect or refix my microphone. I'm going to have to go back out and fix my mic because I didn't do the mic test for myself. So, I'm going to restart the Kevin Samuels again. Let me turn myself down. I'm going to restart the Kevin Samuels again, bring that beat back, get my mic set up just right so you guys can hear me with all clarity, and then I'm going to come right back in. So let's bring that Kevin Samuels beat right back. Let's turn that music down and bring that Kevin right back. I'll be right back in a split second, guys. Let's see. Let me turn that down too, because we want that audio to be just right. That's it. Susceptible.
do.
Yes.
Yeah, and nothing can stop me.
No.
'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way, I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah, susceptible now before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Susceptible now before the moment flies. Yeah,
In the studio. Shout out to you guys. Now, does that sound a lot better? Let me know if that sounds a lot better. Because I adjusted the microphone, so I should sound better. EQ said that I sound better. So that's it. All right. Shout out to you guys. Much better. Muy bien. Muy bien. All right. Let's get started. Let's bring our guests up, even though we got my man Morning Coffee Drives in the building. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. And Vernon's in the building. Man, I'm doing something right. I'm telling y'all I'm doing something right tonight. Shout out to you guys being here. I thank you guys for your patience. Let me bring my guests up because we're going to be watching some videos tonight, guys. We're going to be watching some videos, and we're going to have my man, the Giant Traveler, in the building. Hold up for a second. Let me get the background music going again, and then we can take it from there. This is all the fun part of YouTube, the struggle stream. Oh, that's too laid back. Let's go with the jazz. Let's see. There we go. All right, let's bring my man, the Giant Traveler, Medellin's finest in the building. Shout out to you, bro.
What's up, man? How are you, bro? Appreciate you having me on your channel again. I hope you can hear me. I have a slight internet issues. I never have internet issues, so I'm on my phone right now. But if there's any disconnect or a drop off, that's why, because my internet, for whatever reason, the day of the show, it wants that funny. So that's just wanted to get that thing. But I appreciate you having me on your channel and your platform and your podcast. I love interacting with you and your audience. So thank you for having me, man.
Oh yeah, man. I love when you came on here last time, man. You really brought great energy.
That was super fun. I enjoyed that as well.
That's good, man. That's good. Okay, so let's get to it. I'm going to lay a foundation, then we're going to go and grow from there. And then we're going to come back to the cash apps and super chats. Remember, all cash apps will be going towards the children in Cartagena with the forget what the Make a Dream. I'm going to have to pull that information up because I don't want to make a mistake. We've raised about $150 so far this month. All donations this month that are cash app will go directly towards the children in Cartagena that are trying to bring their dreams to pass. And so there's a brother down there that's doing some great things. So shout out to you guys with the cash app. Everything is not for everybody, guys. Not everything. We turn the music down just a little bit too. Some guys will be able to come to Colombia and establish new lives as well as purchase property. And some guys, purchasing property is not necessary for you when it comes to your venture. So one of the things that we have my man Felix, the Giant Traveler, here is to discuss his venture regarding purchasing property in Colombia. But that doesn't necessarily mean that's your venture. So we're going to also talk about and watch a video from my man Life with David. Shout out to David.
in regards to those that may not be interested in purchasing property in Colombia. And there's a reason why behind that. So for those that want to purchase, we're going to discuss that. And for those that may not be interested, we're going to discuss that as well. Remember what I mentioned before, guys. Once this video is done, it's going directly to the Patreon. So shout out to all you guys that are on the Patreon. All right, let's get ready to get started. First of all, let's for those that hadn't got a chance to see you or meet you last time, Felix, introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name is Felix. I am from New Jersey. I am currently living about 15 or 20 minutes outside of Medellin. I'm still like kind of in the valley, but I'm outside of the city. I've been coming to Colombia since 2021. I basically more or less moved here. I was traveling a lot in 2022. The end of 2022, I settled down in Colombia, and I've been here ever since. I live with my girlfriend here, like I said, a little bit outside of the Medellin, the city. And, I work online. I have a few different businesses. I do consulting and social media and a bunch of stuff in that field. And that's basically what I do. I have a channel that kind of just documents my journey about living and building. I like how you said, some people can build a life here. Some people might just come here for a week or a month or a couple of months. But I see myself, being here almost 2 years, learning the language. Could definitely see myself building a life here. And, I'm excited to talk about the property stuff with you as well, because I just went to go see some properties today. So, yeah. All
right, cool. And you're at that place of really seriously looking to purchase, aren't you?
Yeah, I have my, there's a thing that I'll talk about more, but it's called, you need an account with Acciones en Valores, which is basically like how you bring the money into Colombia. You can't just like use your Wells Fargo account to buy a property. You have to bring the money from America to Colombia. So I have that all set up. I have the money getting transferred over, and I should have my property within the next 30 to 45 days.
All right. So we're going to discuss what steps that you took in regards to that. Felix, just a reminder, your channel is The Giant Traveler, correct?
Correct.
All right. Moderators, could you do me a favor, Stefano or Charles or any of the moderators? Could you find his channel and drop it periodically throughout the night into the live stream? We got 72 people in the building. We should have 72 people clicking that like button. We like you. We really do. Make sure that you like us too, as well as make sure you subscribe to The Giant Traveler, especially seeing some of the things that in some of his experiences in Medellin. Some of you guys are Medellin specialists. So, or you're interested in Medellin, you may not be interested in Cartagena or Cali. These are the individual YouTube channels that you should be watching that are putting out positive content for you guys to take advantage of. So make sure that you guys subscribe to The Giant Traveler. We got 74 people and climbing. So a lot of people are interested in real estate in Colombia. But we're going to get started with the video. We're not going to get started with your story yet, Felix. We're going to get started with watching one of the videos that I had. As I mentioned before, not everybody is made to come to Colombia and purchase property. That's the thing. Everybody may be, able to come.
What's up, guys?
Not everybody, that's my man Life with Dave. We're going to watch his video, but not everybody's set up to come to Colombia. So we're going to look at Life with David's video that he created about a year and a half ago regarding when it comes to purchasing property, there are reasons why some people shouldn't purchase. Remember, this episode is in two parts: purchasing property, and for those who may not want to or need to purchase property. So be ready, guys, in regards to this. Shout out to my man Bernie, said he's already subscribed to your channel.
Thank you.
That's what's up. Oh, yeah. So let's get ready to get started. Once again, this is my man Life with David. Make sure you subscribe to his channel. He's in Medellin as well. Dave is always in Medellin and Mexico. Also, let's get ready to get started.
Just got done my workout. I want to make a quick video on why buying property here in Colombia may not be the best decision you can make. And the reason why, and I'll tell you what, before I go into that, the people that should or may be a good decision, it may be a good decision for the people who are needing to get a visa and then want to get a property visa. There are 2 types of property visas that you can get through investment. I'll make a video on that as well. Comment below if you guys want to know about those visas. Again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just telling you what I know off the top of my head from my experience living here in Colombia for almost 6 years now. Well, since 2016. For the people who want to get a visa through investment and property, that may be a good reason why to buy a property. Or if you're an investor, a knowledgeable investor who understands Colombian economy and want to go, for example, an Airbnb, or yeah, I would think basically only Airbnb, because that's another topic here. I'll go into this topic quick. Buying property to rent to Colombians on long-term rentals here through an agency. A lot of Colombians do that and they make a good living. They have many apartments. But as a foreigner, thinking about the return on investment, the amount of money you're gonna be getting from renting to Colombians or long-term rentals that are not off Airbnb is gonna be very small. Because the rental here, to rent property here is very inexpensive. To purchase property can be difficult. And with the Airbnb, talking about the Airbnb, they're changing the laws all the time. They're cracking down. Colombia's cracking down on a lot of things here. And they're cracking down on Airbnb laws and making it more difficult, because they know a lot of people are coming over here renting apartments and then re-renting Airbnb arbitrage, where you rent and then re-rent on Airbnb. They're cracking down on that. They want to see proof of ownership, and they want you to pay hotel taxes. And even Airbnb is going along with Colombian officials to make sure that
we're gonna pause right there in regards to what David was just saying. And could you do me a favor also, Felix, in private chat, could you drop your YouTube channel so I can make sure that the right one is shared? Because I want to make sure that all 81 people in the building that's clicking the like button have access to your channel. Shout out to my man Charles Moreland in the building. Shout out to my man Charles. Yeah, we're going to get that link to you, Charles. Shout out to you. Make sure, Charles, do me a favor. Drop the link to your channel as well, because we want as many people as possible. Charles has a new channel out there, and I'm telling you, he's going to be doing some great things coming down the turnpike. We might even have him on the show. But at the end of the day, we want to continue to support, especially Black male content creators. We got enough people out there that's trying to tear us down for leaving the plantation. So all we got is each other. Anybody leaving the United States, all we got is each other, fellas. So support male content creators. And at the end of the day, Charles, make sure that you drop that link, as well as my man Los in the building. Them Cartagena boys at it again. Them Tampa boys versus Detroit boys this weekend. Let's see what takes place. But at the end of the day, guys, you said something through the Cash App. Shout out to you, Jonathan.
I sent the link, by the way, too.
All right, cool. Thanks, brother. All right. Oh wow. Let me get this set up with the Cash App. Shout out to my man Tevin once again with the $10 Cash App. Cash App going towards the children in Cartagena. The Let's Make a Dream program. Bring their dreams a pass program, as well as my man Jonathan in the building with the $8. He said, oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Shout out to you, man. And all of you guys that got a drink in hand tonight, shout out to all you guys. Like I said, tonight's topic is about real estate, purchasing real estate in Colombia, but it may not be for everybody. So we're starting off, like Felix is here tonight, the giant traveler. He's here tonight, and he's going to, oh man, we must have did something right. We must have did something real. We got my man Snuggles in the building, as well as my man Growth Dog. Oh man, we doing something for real, for real. All right, that's what I'm talking about. Let me get ready to drop Felix's live stream on Felix's channel into the live stream as well. Now, one of the things that Dave from the video, Dave made a statement, and maybe you've seen this as well. when it comes to Colombia, and I know a few dudes that did this a few years ago, and maybe you do too, Felix. They would come to Colombia, get Airbnbs, talk to the manager and say, well, how much would you charge me for this Airbnb for 6 months to a year outside of Airbnb? And there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of guys do that part. That part is cool. I always suggest that. But the part is, dudes would get a good deal from the Airbnb host. Let's say the Airbnb was $600. So the guy would get the Airbnb for $450 outside of Airbnb because he's going to rent it for 6 months. And he would repost it. A lot of guys I knew would repost it on Airbnb and make up the difference with the $120 a month profit. In other words, they would repost that same Airbnb that they got a deal on for $450, and they would repost it for $600, and they would get that $150 profit. And I know a guy here in Cali, he had like 6 or 8 of them. I mean, they were real nice too. About 6 or 8 of them that he was. Have you heard of that before?
Yeah, I know a guy out here that does it. He has I think it was like,
yeah.
I don't know how many he has, but I know it's common. I know it happens. Maybe they're cracking down on it because I know you need like a license code now or something like that to do it. Mm-hmm. But and yeah, I've heard of people doing it out here.
Yeah, so it is very common, but like Dave was saying, and just like Felix was just saying, that they're asking for certain requirements now. Yeah, almost like subleasing. Absolutely correct. Shout out to you, brother, for being here. Absolutely correct. Just like subleasing. If it's allowed, it is allowed. Yep. Yep. Hey, guys thinking outside the box. So let's go back to David's video. And like I said, Felix, if you hear anything that you like, hey, Dre, pause it for a second. I've got something I got a comment I want to make. So anytime you can pause it. If you want me to pause it, I will pause it. Shout out to you guys being in the building. Let's go back here. Life with David. Now, this video is once again, it's about letting you guys who may be thinking about buying property in Colombia, this might not be for you. And then we're going to get into, for those of you who are interested in buying property and it's for you, then we're going to get into that with Felix.
You have that RNC, I believe it's called, or RNE. Basically, the document or the information the Colombian government gives you as an Airbnb owner to put on the Airbnb platform in order to use the platform. If you don't have that, they kick you out starting 2022, January. That's another video I'll make. But if you guys are looking to get a visa and that's the way you want to do it, that could be a good reason. Or if you're a very, very intelligent investor who understands how to run an Airbnb business in a successful way and knows how to follow the rules that the government's applying and understands that the return on investment is worth it, that's another reason to buy property over here. But let's talk about the reasons why not to buy property. Y'all stay tuned. Stopping to get a quick lunch. Check out this soup. It's super tiny. Portion control here in Colombia. Anyways, stay tuned. All right, guys. Sorry I had to stop to get lunch, but full belly. Let's continue the conversation. So, why wouldn't it be, if you're not those 2 people that I had mentioned that would be okay to buy a property, why would it not be okay to buy a property here? If it's not for a visa and it's not for, you're an intelligent investor, knows how to run an Airbnb business or some other kind of business that requires you to buy properties. One reason is rent here is so cheap. It's so, let me take that back. I don't like using the word cheap. Sounds bad. And for what's inexpensive for some people or not inexpensive for other people. Compared to the States or compared to countries that have a stronger, or the States, Europe, those kind of countries, the rent here is more economic. Not as expensive, what you're used to be paying. What you can get here, for example, that would cost in Houston, Texas, when I was living in downtown, it would cost like $2,000, 800 bucks. You can probably get here for 700, 600, a month. And that's, well, unfurnished would be maybe 500, yeah, around $500 a month unfurnished. Furnished, you're looking to pay around 700 to, depends on the area. If you go to Poblado, for example, 1,200, 1,400, even $1,500. But there's a,
I'm going to pause right there for a split second. He said, on average, if you get a, you know, you get you a decent, you can get one $700 a month. That's furnished, and you can look at a unfurnished at about $450, $500 a month. I always, and let me know what you think about this, Felix. I always take off $200, or I tell people during the consultations, just when it comes to getting a furnished compared to unfurnished, it's usually like a $200 window difference. How is it there in Medellin? In Cali, it's about $200.
Yeah, I mean, I was at a spot and I was at an Airbnb. I never planned to stay there that long. I was at an Airbnb for like a year, from like August of 2022 to August of 2023, paying $1,200 a month. Now I pay about $650 a month. The $1,200 a month. It was just in a good area. It was furnished, but you know, it was $1,200 a month. It still wasn't a bad deal. But you know, and I do agree with like what David says. It's like you buy an apartment, you're not going to be able to get, like, unless it's a really nice apartment in Poblado or one of the really ritzy areas, you're not going to get, you know, if you get $1,200 a month, you know, that's really good. But the one thing that I think, you know, you can kind of justify those numbers, like, okay, I'm only going to be able to rent this spot out for $700, right? Which, in, you know, if you look at it, it's not a lot, but if you times that by, say, let's just do easy math. If you times 700 times 10, that's 7,000. 2 more months, let's just call it 8,000 for easy numbers. You can buy an apartment out here, which isn't uncommon to buy an apartment. In Cali, it's probably cheaper. Other cities, it's probably cheaper. I was looking at an apartment today. It was less than $80,000. So if you do get an apartment, you rent it out, you can get your money back within 10 years, which is pretty good. So, yeah. And then that money goes very far, like $600, you know, out here is, you know, for example, when I buy an apartment, I'm going to rent it out to basically pay my rent here. So I'm living for free. So I do agree. Your rents are definitely going to be cheaper if you furnish it. Like what I plan to do is I plan to rent it out to a Colombian, but rent it out with a washer machine, a refrigerator, a couch, and maybe real basic furnishings. And right. Get like, you know, an extra like $100 to $200. But even though the rent is cheaper, you could get your money back in 10 years because the purchase price, you're not going to have to pay $300. Now you can find a house for $300K, but you can easily find an apartment out here, a condo for sale for $85,000, $75,000, $90,000, which is unheard of in the States, anywhere in the States.
True. Now let me ask you, I'm not talking about some nice spots, guys. Some really nice spots for 70 to 90 to 100,000. He's absolutely correct. And if it were in the States, every spot that we've looked at in Cali thus far, if they were in the States, it would have been 300. We've even looked at places here in Cali that went for 250. And we knew that those spots in the States would have been 900,000 all day long. All day long, 900,000. And so you do get the bang for your buck. The other thing about here in Colombia that you can attest to, Felix, is when you're purchasing here in Colombia as a foreigner, 9 times out of 10, you got to pay the full price anyway. So you won't have a mortgage and, you know, and tenants. That money that's coming from the tenants is all yours coming back to you because you paid everything off. So basically you're paying the Colombian taxes, and you might be paying any maintenance fees from any rental agencies that you might be working along with if you wanted to go that route. That'll clean your place up and make sure that it's well taken care of. But for the most part, it's not one of those situations to where you'll have a mortgage and this and that and this. That's one of the benefits of being down here with Colombia. The prices are inexpensive, just like in Thailand. Richard, the Macamus. Shout out to Richie Mack in the building. Snuck off in here. But
that guy's a legend.
You can get a true bang for your buck in regards to what you're talking about. Whether you want to rent your place out unfurnished, or whether you want to do like you're saying, rent it out as furnished. Let's go back to the video, and we're going to come back to the super chats in a split second. Richard Maximus of Zoom to Thailand. Let's get ready to go back. Let's go here. Let's go here. There we go.
Super nice apartments, right? So the rent here is inexpensive. At some points, I was paying $200 a month. Not in the tourist areas. I was actually staying in an area that most people want to stay at. I'll tell you, it was San Javier, but about 4 blocks from the station, in the neighborhoods, right, where I hardly ever saw any foreigners where I was living. The only place I saw foreigners was when I would go eat my lunch and they would pass by for the Comuna 13 tour, the graffiti tour. I would see a bunch of them pass by, and it's so funny because when that graffiti tour started, and I was back like a little bit before I got here to Colombia, nobody was going to San Javier. And then all of a sudden all these groups of foreigners were going through San Javier for the graffiti tour. Anyways, rents are so expensive. So one of my friends who lives here, actually I did an interview on him, Cameron and Dora. He recommended, I actually agree with him, it's better to rent and pay $500 a month, $600 a month, instead of having to drop down, I don't know, $100,000, $90,000, $180,000. Because one thing here in Colombia, to get a mortgage is hard. Like, to get financed by a Colombian bank as a foreigner is hard. And that's just not Colombia, it's any country. When I used to work in the States in insurance, and people will come abroad, like say from England or from anywhere in the world that came abroad to move to the United States, they don't have their credit history. So when they would get insurance, they'll get the highest rate, even though they had super good credit back home and they were super qualified, driving history fine. They would get the highest rate because they don't have no history here or there. Same thing here. You have no history here. You're a foreigner. You have, what's it called when someone gets bail? Flight risk. Like they get denied bail for, you know, when they go to jail. It's because they're a high flight risk, right? They can just leave the country and not come back. Well, you guys, us, we are considered high flight risk. You get a mortgage, get a loan, you don't want to pay it back, you just leave the country, right? There's nothing really here tying you down. That's how they think. So to get finance here is very difficult. Plus, the interest rates on the banks are super high here. Not like in the States where it's 4%, 3%, whatever it is over there in the States. No, it's more like 12%, 14%, it's 18%. I'm not sure. I'm just putting out numbers, but it's a lot higher than what you're used to back home, back in the States.
One thing that I discovered here in Cali in regards to the few times that they let a foreigner get a bank loan here in Cali, the interest rate was like between 15 and 19%.
Yeah, that's the. It does. I think it makes. I understand. I agree with what he's saying. Like, you know, if you put it on a calculator, but what makes more sense, like renting. Well, I mean, if you're paying $400 a month versus dropping 100 G's, I understand what he's saying. It makes sense. But also, if you have the money, like if you see yourself like, okay, you know, I've been stashing money away. I have maybe, I don't know what your budget is. Maybe you have 100, maybe you have 50. You know, it's like, I know a guy out here. He's like kind of like my real estate agent, right? And he owns 3 properties out here. He bought them cash. He told me that in 2009, he was somehow connected to Costa Rica. I don't remember how he said. He said, right. He told me that he had, you know, maybe he had the opportunity or he's seen a property that was for sale for $100,000 in Costa Rica in 2009. He showed me the property online for sale now. It's for sale for $500K. So Costa Rica already got ran through by these like passport guys or, you know, expats or travelers. All these other countries, you know, Thailand, Asia, Mexico, DR, Colombia, Brazil, they're like on the chopping block next. So what might cost $100,000 today, in 2030, in 2035, all these prices are going to be triple. I know a guy out here, he bought a property last year for 75K. He said he could sell it right now for 150. So if you're on a budget, obviously spending $400 a month is better than dropping 100 G's or trying to get a bank loan. But your real estate's proven to go up over time. So I think in a way it could make sense if you have the money.
Absolutely correct. One of the things that Andre and I are looking at it from the perspective of, when you're in a Colombian family, as you know, or dating somebody Colombian as you are, you get a chance to see, or at least learn or glean off of what Colombians are looking at when they purchase real estate. We purchase real estate in the States as investments and, legacy, things like that. But a lot of Colombians, that's their retirement plan. That's literally, they will buy properties and still live with their mama. And you like, wait a minute, you're 32 years old, you got 4 properties, you still live with your mama. David's going to talk about this because a lot of Colombians will own spots, rent spots out, have spots, because they realize I won't be 29 forever. And I bought this piece of property at 50. By the time I hit 50, this piece of property is going to be worth 150, 250. So they like, listen, I could take this $250,000 property, sell it at when I'm 50 years old, live off of that money for the rest of my life, and still have these other 3 properties I purchased before I turned 50. And these could be my legacy properties. That's how Colombians think. We don't think like that in the States. In the States, we like, I got my first apartment. Mom, I'm out of here at 18. Colombians don't think like that. Am I right, Felix? They not in the rush to get out that house.
You'll see people like walking with it can be culture. You'll see like people, you'll think they're a couple. Like, no, it's like their mother. Like you'll see a grown man with his mom or a grown man with his dad. They're like holding hands in the mall. And they're like, well, it's like, family's huge out here. So it's not really an issue to live with your parents. So you're 30, 35 years old. It's quite normal, to be honest.
Say it again.
It's not uncommon to live with your family till you're, 20, like not the 20 into your 30s. In the States, it's like you're 18 and you're ready to get out of there. Here, it's like you'll never move out, and then you'll have kids and you'll stay in the same house for generations.
There are Colombian men, and Dave is going to talk about this too. It's very common for Colombian men, just like the women, to stay in their homes until they get married. And the money that they stacked up was for the marriage as well as their first piece of property. To whereas we want to get out because we're trying to smash everything we see. Booty clapping sounds, right? So that's us. But Colombian men think like, why should I rush out the house? I could buy me a couple of pieces of properties with the money that I have, and I could still live home with mom and dad and their properties that they paid for. So how they grown from generation to generation, and that's another reason why whenever, and you can notice, you can let me know how if it's like this in Medellin, Felix. Whenever a new building goes up, Colombians are on top of it. Even before it goes, they're like, let me get 2 of those apartments. Let me get 1 of those apartments over there. And let me get another one on the 2nd floor. Apartments and houses don't, especially new ones, don't sit around long when they're for sale in Colombia, because people have been stacking up. Go ahead, Felix.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I know a building. I went to go. It's a new construction. I just went to go look at it probably a few months ago. They weren't even. I went to go see it maybe in November, October, and they actually start the groundbreaking now in January, February. It's already sold out, and they haven't even put down 1 cement brick, and it's already sold out. So yeah, you're spot on with that one. Before a building even goes up, I would say maybe 80% of the units are already bought into. Oh yeah,
without a doubt. Shout out to my man Al Ray in the building with the $5 going toward the children, as well as once again my man Jonathan and Tevin with their donations of $8 and $10. Shout out to you, brothers. Let's get to these super chats real quick, and then we're going to get back to the video. Thanks again for being here, Felix, man. I appreciate you being here. And once again, guys, I'm going to continue to drop his link, and I know Stefano is doing that as well, and Charles. So make sure we got 82 and 84 in the building. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel because you guys are getting some great information tonight. Shout out to my man Kings and Dreams with the $20 once again. Salute to my big brother and my man Morning Drive Coffee. Man, I like that name. I won't even lie, man. That sounds like a nice podcast name. He says, what's going on, Dre? We're talking about real estate tonight. Real estate. Once again, my man Kings and Dreams with the $10. He said, if Dre was talking about women or had a woman on the thumbnail, it would be 100 plus in here. It'll be 200 plus. I got an Afro-Colombian sister that lives in the States that I'm going to be interviewing in the next up and coming week. Real, yeah, she nice. She good people though. She just started college in the States, so we're gonna be interviewing her. Get the likes up and share the video. Invest properly, fellas. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I don't know who let this man in. I don't know who let this man in. But shout out to Mr. Heavy Hitter himself, Mr. 100K himself. Shout out to you, brother. He said, from the king of the Toastmasters. Shout out to Toastmasters International. I've joined the Toastmasters in Bogota as well as the one in Cali, even with my bad Espanol. He says, appreciate you and all that you do. Salute, coach. Salute to you as well, brethren. Salute to you as well. We got Jimmy Jam in the building. My man, we got the good dudes in the building tonight. He said, arrive late, big bro. Much love, the giant traveler. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to my man Felix being in the building tonight. He's a DA dream in action. I like that with the $20 super chat. He says, shout out to big brother Andre. I got the email. He said, I got the email for the consultation. I am looking forward to it. Appreciate your channel. Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. And if you guys have any questions in regards to consultations, hit me up because we are now putting in the consultation the real estate portion. One of the reasons why I want to do this week because I want to put this real estate portion into the consultation as well as into the Patreon. So I want to bless you guys in regards to that information because you guys have been asking me off and on throughout last year. Dre, what about a realtor? Dre, how about that? How about this when it comes to real estate? I say, well, I need to just lay a foundation. Then I start talking to Felix behind the scenes, and he was already doing this. And I was like, oh, yeah, let me put all this together. So shout out to you guys being here tonight. Let's get ready to get back to the video with my man, Life with David. Shout out to Dave. Make sure you guys subscribe to David's channel as well.
So for you to get a loan, mortgage here is almost impossible. And if you do get it, it's going to be very expensive on the interest. That's why it's even expensive for Colombians. Interest is for everybody, not just for foreigners, but also for Colombians. That's why when Colombians do get finance, they oftentimes will do a 5-year loan. A 5-year loan paid off as soon as possible. That's unheard of in the States to get a 5-year loan for a home. Most people are getting 30-year loans. So 5-year, 10-year loans are very common here in Colombia because they don't want to be paying the interest forever. So like my friend talks about, and I agree, instead of buying a property, just rent. You can get into a brand new building or any building you want, like somewhere here, and say like you move into a brand new building, you stay there for 5 years, and then the building starts getting old, or maybe not even that, maybe another new building down the street just started construction and you want to live there, you go rent there. And then say you're renting someplace here and this neighbor here is too noisy or crazy or weird or annoying or whatever it is. Like here in Colombia, it's very common to have parties where the music is so loud, like extremely loud. I remember when I was living in actually my old apartment I was living at with the balcony, where I did my balcony talks. That apartment I was paying $200 a month, but in a very nice area. It was in Conquistadores, one of the nicer areas in Medellin, nicer neighborhoods. There was this house across the street, like diagonal from me, that was like a shared house of a bunch of young people, because Conquistadores is near the university, so a lot of young people were staying there. And one night they're having a party, and I swear, they were not across the street, they were like, here's my house, and they were like, here's my house right here, and they were on this corner, and there was a bridge in between us. There was a big bridge between us, and they're on the other side of the bridge, diagonal. And they were doing this party, and I swear, guys, I closed all my windows. I closed the balcony door, everything. I closed the shutout and everything. I put my pillow over my head, and I still could hear the music like so loud in my head. All the way, they played the music until 6:30 in the morning. I didn't sleep that day. Thank God it wasn't common, but there are people here, there are Colombians in Medellin, anywhere in Colombia. There's people who party hard and they put music super loud. If you guys ever been to Barranquilla, which I've never been, but I heard that in Barranquilla, they actually have competition. They have these massive stereo systems that they have on their porches, and they have competition with the neighbor who has the best stereo system and who played the
That's so such classic Colombia stuff.
Have you ever been to Barranquilla?
No, I haven't.
He is not lying. Barranquilla, they sell giant speakers, bullfrog speakers. And I'm not telling you, not used to how Colombians had it, like the speaker, the carry around speaker. That's nothing in Barranquilla. Barranquilla,
really?
Literally, he's not lying. If you go to the Barranquilla Festival in February, or if you go to Barranquilla any time of the year, they literally have a competition of who will have the. If you can't sell nothing in Barranquilla, you can sell speakers. And I've seen I've seen people in their 60s rolling out giant speakers. I kid you not. Dude, it is a competition. Is for the festival is fun. But then when you start to realize, like, this is a part of the community, this is not just a festival, this is what they do. And they literally have competition. You think your music is going, that's nothing. Let me turn my speakers on. And in Barranquilla, that's how he's not lying. He is not lying. It's 100% like that. They have a battle of sound systems. Yeah. Like we used to do back in the day with the boom boxes. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, they would stick those speakers out the window, or put them in the front door, or have them on the porch. And I'm talking about going. And the music sounds good, don't get me wrong, but it's just the fact that you can tell
it's 5 in the morning and it's blasting insane amount of decibels.
It's 5 houses on one block that's going. And then you go like 3 more blocks, and it's 4 more houses in that neighborhood go. I kid you not. It's the craziest. I've never seen in Colombia that type of competition when it came to, and they'd be so proud of it. I mean, don't get me.
They're excited more than anything.
It's the craziest thing, because you be like, dude, you be looking at them like, dude, you like 70 years old. And it'd be the old mom and the old dad, and they got the music blaring. And then their neighbors across the street have the same thing. And, hey, who am I to? So yeah, Ben and Kia.
You know what's crazy?
Go ahead.
That like in the States, if you do that, if you play music, maybe if it's a club, it's different. But if you play music past like 2 a.m. in the States, you're liable to get the cops to show up at your house, where they'll be like, hey, shut this down. I don't even live in, like, I live like 40 minutes away from Poblado, right? Or 35 to 30, depending on traffic. And I live like where there's no foreigners near me. I tell you, if it's Friday tonight, oh yeah, they're going to probably be playing music till about 5 a.m. And it's normal. What are they going to do? Send the like if you say, hey, they're playing music, they're just going to laugh at you. Like, it's normal here to be blasting music till 5, 6, 7 in the morning.
That's one of the ways that I know it's a holiday weekend, because Thursday night, I'll hear out the window and the music is just going. And usually in our neighborhood, other than the holidays, is quiet. But that's how I know it's a holiday weekend, because they got the music, and you're right, it's going to like 5:30, 6 o'clock. The sun is up. The sun is definitely
the sun's up, right?
Yeah. All right. Somebody says, so Felix, what am I hearing when I go to Barranquilla? Like Felix said, he hadn't been to Barranquilla yet. But I'm telling you, you go and realize this also, guys. Colombia is broken down into 6 regions. Every region has its own music, its own sports teams, its own foods. There are foods in Barranquilla area and Cartagena area that you won't find in Cali. There are foods and drinks in Cali that you won't find in Medellin. There are foods and drinks and music in Medellin that you won't hear or get to if you're in Bogota. It's just so different. Bucaramanga, the coffee regions, that's the beauty of Colombia. Remember, as I mentioned before, guys, Colombia is the size of Texas and California combined. So it's a nice size country, but it's not too big. And all 6 regions has their own definition of your Colombian experience. That's one of the things that I really like about Colombia. Each region has its own experience, its own foods, its own recipes, other than just the normal Colombian arepa recipes. There are also recipes that you only could get in certain areas.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, that's the part that I really enjoy. Let's go back to the video with David.
That was the loudest music. I heard this. I'm not sure if it's true, but let me know if it's true in the comments. But I believe it. So that goes back to what I was saying. You can be renting here. You sign a 3-month contract or 6-month contract. This neighbor here is so noisy. After 6 months, you just go to another location. But if you were to buy this house, now you have to live with that neighbor right there. And if you try to say, you know what, I'm gonna buy this house and rent it out to someone else, well, that's gonna be kind of hard to rent out to people who are not gonna be liking living next to your neighbor. So that's one reason why it's good not to buy, just rent and move around. And let me tell you the other reason why it's not good to buy. The other reason why it might not be good to buy property here in Colombia is because it's not like in the States. And I'm saying the States so much, I'm from the United States, I know the culture over there. But it's not like in the States as it is here. In the States, you can find deals. People are desperate to sell.
Little trivia about David. David is native Mexican in the States, from Texas. David's family has been living in Texas. His lineage goes back before the United States even owned Texas. When Texas was Mexico, David's family or his lineage goes back that far in Texas. So that's how long. That's how much he's part of the Texas foundation of the country, or foundation of that area. His family goes all the way back prior to Texas, before Texas was taken over by the United States, when it was still Mexico. Let's go back to Dave. But I just want to give that bit of trivia because I thought that was kind of cool.
No, that's cool.
And you could buy well under market. You can find foreclosed homes. You can find just homes that people just want to move out and move out quick because they got a job across country, or they foreclosed or whatever. There's a desperate situation, they want to move, and you get the deal. You get a good deal in the house. Here in puppy. Here in Colombia, it's not that way. Not all the time. It's very rare if you can find these deals. Why? Because, as I was saying before, since the mortgages here are so bad and the interest rates are so high, and this is common throughout most of Latin America, the majority of Colombians will buy their house cash, pay it off. That's one main reason why Colombians will live in their house with their parents until the age of 30. I even know some people who lived with their parents to the age of 45 and then they got married and moved out. That's one reason. Another reason is because they love their parents and love their family, and it's a very united culture. But the other reason is they do that so they get their job. They go to university, they get a degree, and they get a very good job. That person I know who lived with his parents until like 44, he's an electrical engineer and working in a very good company, making a good salary. But he chose to live with his family because, and other people do this as well, that way they can save their money. They save all their money, and then when it's time to get married, things will change a little bit, but this is now and also in the past, but things are kind of changing. But they save their money, so when they get married, they can purchase a house. They can buy a house cash. And that's how it was in Mexico as well. So because most people have their house paid off in cash, they're not desperate to sell. they can sit on their home until they get the offer that they want. Unlike in the States where someone can't make the mortgage payment, they get foreclosed and they want to sell it off before it gets foreclosed, or they get a job offer across country, they want to sell off before they move. That's the other thing. Getting job offers across country doesn't happen here in Colombia that much. Most people are born, for example, in Medellin, and they die in Medellin. Again, things are changing a little bit, but it's very common to be born in your same city and die in your same city. They don't move across country for a job offer, for for a little bit raise on their salary. They prefer to be closer to their family, their friends, their environment, their community, instead of just up and root and moving across country. So that's not going to happen here most of the time. Again, things are changing, and it does happen. I know people who, for example, are from Cali and they move here to Medellin, but they're looking forward to going back home. The ones I know.
Yeah, that's how my wife was. That's how Andrea was. Andrea went to Medellin, started a business. Business was successful, but she found out that her mom and her grandma were fighting cancer at the same time. The ladies are doing great now, but Andrea moved back. She shut her business down and she moved back to Cali. Right after college, she went and established a business and was doing good in Medellin. So Andrea, my wife lived in Medellin for 2 years. Some of you guys don't realize that Andrea hasn't always lived in Cali. But one of the things that he said was there was a guy that he knows that was an engineer that stayed with his parents until he was the age of 44, until, he was of age to where he felt comfortable enough to pay cash for the property. And I like what he said. And I noticed this, and let me hear what you have to say about this also, Felix. I noticed that too. Colombians who have generational homes are not in a rush to sell their property. Somebody in that family I give you a perfect example. Andrea's family bought their apartment 30 years ago. They ain't in no rush to sell that apartment at all. Because like he said, ain't nobody's moving across country. Ain't nobody going broke because of no job situation. They paid it off 100, they paid it off 100% when they purchased it. And so I know Andrea's grandma on her dad's side, they're the same way. Nobody is selling. One thing I noticed about Colombians, they are in no rush to sell a piece of property. What do you have to say about that, Felix?
Yeah, I can attest to it because I went to go see one of the properties I seen today. One guy said that he's like, okay, we're negotiable, but the one property I seen, which was actually a pretty nice property, he's like, I want what I want, and if you want to, I have a little bit more negotiating power because I'm paying all cash, and people are more open to that than having to get it with the whole loan process and stuff. But yet most people, they want what they want. Maybe they own it outright, and the rental market out here is so crazy. So it's either like, hey, if we don't get what we want, we'll just rent it out, and someone will rent it because there's more people. It's like there's more people who are coming to Colombia than Colombia has homes for people. So
True.
People aren't really gonna. Now obviously there's more. I've seen one apartment today. The guy's like, yeah, we're pretty negotiable, but it's not really. It's a good apartment, but it just has a crappy view. Like it's looking at a wall basically. So that's why it's been sitting. But some people are really gonna just sit on what they want because they know the value, and they're not just gonna let it go for nothing. Where in the States, there's so many people that are in dire need of situations, and then it's like maybe there's people in the States that they're selling their property because they can't pay the taxes. Maybe they can pay the mortgage, but the taxes are so crazy that there's so many reasons why people go belly under with properties in the States. That's much different from here.
Yeah, that is yeah, they're looking at the wall situation. But that's absolutely correct. When it comes to properties down here, usually whatever the price was set, you might have a little bit of wiggle room, guys. But usually if you see that price on there, it says 57,000, usually you probably gonna purchase it for like 55, 50, 55. It's usually very little. In Colombia, there's very little wiggle room. That price, it is what it is. And you may not know what the listing of the houses are in the neighborhood also. There is no the MSL listing that you can say.
Yeah, there's no MLS.
Right. And so remember that part, guys. That's very important. There is no MLS listing in Colombia for neighborhoods. So when that person sit back and say, well, we want 57 for it, you might be able to say, well, I got 55 in cash. They might walk away with that, but but in many cases, they'll sit back and say, the lowest I can go is 56. So it's situations like that. There really are in no rush to say, and I like how you put that, because there are so many people that are moving down to Colombia, Ecuador, Bolivia, Paraguay, some to Uruguay, some to Argentina. So many people are moving down to South America from North America that people are not in a rush to sell their property. Why? Just like Felix said, if I don't get the price I want, I got so many foreigners coming down to rent it out. I still get the price I want. And it's already paid off. So it's not like they're sitting back like, oh man, I can't make these mortgage payments. Times are tight. No, it's not like that. It really isn't. Once again, Colombians have no problem with staying home for years, stacking their money or stacking their money, buying a piece of property, still living there with their parents, then stack some more money, buy another piece of property. By the time many Colombians move out of their home, even though they're professionals, especially women, they may have 2, 3, 4 properties. Andrea's got family members. We got quite a few family members that own at least 3 properties. At least 3 properties. The other thing that you'll notice when they purchase homes, once one generation has purchased that home, they'll build on the next levels. So you'll see a home in Colombia that has, you could tell that the first generation purchased it. Granddad purchased this piece of property. Then dad built our house on top of granddad's house. And then I built on top of dad's house, or mom and dad's house, that's on top of grandma's and granddad's house. That is very common in Colombia. They'll buy the piece of property, and then part of renovation is build up. Instead of purchasing another one that's away from the family, they'll build, the next generation just builds on top of that and keeps it going.
Yeah, that's super common. They just all want to stay like in the same, family's huge here. So they're not going to like divide and conquer. They're just going to stay on one spot and build and build and build and keep that property, keep that multi-family, multi-level, multi-unit property in the family for decades.
On Andrea's mom's side and on her dad's side, that's how their homes are. That's exactly how their homes are. It's like everybody's on. And once you paint the house, you can't even tell that it's three generations of floors. You just see an all white house. So you think that, okay, that's how it was always made. No, they built that like that over time. And so that's very, very common here in Colombia. Let's get back to the video, and then we're going to get off into your story.
And they rent a small apartment here. They don't purchase, and they're renting an apartment because they know they're going to go back home once their job is over. So those desperate situations will happen. So buying a property is kind of hard. And then when it comes to selling a property, say you bought a property and now you're thinking, okay, I want to sell it. Selling's hard too, because especially here in Medellin, Antioquia, paisas are some of the best business people that I've ever met. They're great negotiators. So they're gonna, and it's not just a home and everything, they're gonna be offering you all kinds of low prices. They're gonna be offering all kinds of low prices to see if you're gonna sell. And they might see you as a desperate situation because you're a foreigner and you want to go back home, and you just want to get rid of the home before you move home. You want to get rid of the house before you go back to your home country. So they'll take advantage of that, and not in a bad way. It's just a business thing. And at the same time, you have to also think about the currency exchange. If the dollar is super strong, yeah, you can get some deals here. But then if the dollar drops and you try to sell, I'm not really quite sure how that works. I'm not economist, but there's a risk with the exchange rate. If you guys buy something, and then when it comes to sell it, especially if you're desperate and the dollar goes weak, you may be losing a lot of money. For example, is it for sale? May lose a lot. So there's a risk you're taking. So if it's not, I'll end this video here. 1 second. All right, guys. So those are my thoughts, my tips. I'm not a lawyer. Don't take my advice. Just from my experience, what I know, what I've observed. If you guys want to buy property or land or whatever it is over here, go for it. But think twice. Think twice before you do it, because that's a big investment and it might turn around to be a bad thing. You know, renting's cheap here. I always advise come here first, spend a good amount of time in this country, learn the culture, and then make the decision. Especially if you guys have never lived over here, moved abroad or anything like that. You have all that money saved up and your pension or whatever it is, keep it there, let it grow on interest, and investigate the culture in the country. And then if you come to the decision of purchasing and you feel good about it, go for it. Don't regret yourself afterwards. You made the decision and live your life and live it to the fullest. But if you want to just come here and just rent, that's also an option too. So see y'all next video. Ciao, ciao.
All right. Shout out to my man Life with David. Two things that David said makes sense. First thing David said, and let me get your intake in regards to this. Make sure that you've been in a country long enough. Shout out to Gail at night. I didn't get a chance to see your stream, Gail, but I appreciate you. Shout out to Gail at night being here. Make sure you guys subscribe to Gail at night. One of the things that he mentioned was make sure that you're in this country long enough. And I say this during consultations, and I'll tell you why. We got 85 in the building. I'm talking to you guys now. A lot of you guys do have your pension money. You do have investments put to the side, and you want to come to Colombia and buy a piece of property right out the gate. You don't know the side of the city you want to be on. Your Spanish is not that good as far as knowing what side of the city you want to be on. You don't know if you're going to have a car to be able to get around that side of the city, or is it going to be easy walk to get around that side of the city, or even if that city is for you. You guys have often heard me say, I was a disciple, an apostle of Medellin, Colombia. You couldn't tell me that I wasn't going to spend my dying days in Medellin wrapped around her loving arms. Then I started traveling to other cities throughout Colombia, and I felt more comfortable in Cali, Colombia. So guys, when you come down here, do not be in a rush to buy property. I will always say at least within your first year. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, I agree, because I mean, if you would have told me last year, like I've probably been sitting on the money that I needed, that I've accumulated maybe in the past like 18 months, that like, I really, maybe 2 years I've been able to accumulate it. So, or however long the time frame is, but last year I've contemplated it, but I'm like, no, I don't think it's so. Like I said, I've been coming here since June of 2021. I kind of really like decided I was going to stay in like August or September of 2022. So this time last year, I was only here like posted up for like 4 or 5 months. So it just didn't feel like I was here long enough. I was in an Airbnb. I wasn't like in my own spot. So I didn't really feel comfortable. I felt comfortable after 4 months, but I didn't know if buying a property was the right move. Then I let all of 2023 pass by, and basically towards the end of 2023, basically the end of December, I was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy a property. I'm going to, I've been in the whole time. The one thing I will say, the whole time I've been networking. So I've been, meeting this immigration lawyer. I've been meeting this attorney. I've been meeting this real estate person. I got a tax person. So just like in the States, how you slowly build your network. I don't know everybody out here, but I have like a team of advisors. I have a tax person, I have an immigration person, I have an attorney, I have a real estate agent, I have a person that deals with land. So I have like all these different people. So, after say 15 months that I've been out here, or 16 months, I'm like, okay, I don't see myself, I know I'm not going to live in New Jersey. I don't see myself living in the States. Let me buy a property now. It's a good time. But to come out here a month or 2 months and say, let me buy something, I like what David said. I like how David was like, non-biased. Like, hey, I don't personally like it, but if you think it's a good move, make sure you examine and, let me see the word I want to use. Make sure you do your due diligence first before you just dive into a property. Even me, like I might look at, I seen 4 properties today. None of them really stood out to me. I might look at, if I have to look at 40 properties, I'm not in dire need to buy anything. I want to buy something, but if I don't find what I want, I'm not going to pull the trigger. So I would say just be very calculated. And if you're not ready to buy something, build your network, which is really important. Like a team of advisors, a bunch of different people that know a bunch of different things. Because you're in a whole new world. You have to rebuild your circle.
It's kind of funny that you would say that, Felix, that because that's the position that Andre and I are in regards to renting. We could rush to get in a larger apartment, but is it in the area that we want to be? Is it set up like we want to be set up? We like quietness, except for, like I said, we know there's a holiday. Everybody's playing music. We play music, but we like the tranquility of our area compared to other areas of Cali. And so because we already have a place that's in a great price, we really aren't in any rush to get, to purchase or even to get a new apartment. It's like, okay, if we get one, great. We know we're going to get it done soon, but it's never a rush because the costs are so inexpensive to have a place. I like how you put that. The second thing that David said was this: when it comes to renting, one of the benefits there is when it comes to renting is, I saw that video that he did with his friends. This is an older couple that's been in Medellin for maybe 20 years, right? They move every 5 years because there's always a new development every 5 years. Like when they first came to Colombia, there wasn't that many apartments with pools and a gym. Mm-hmm. Then a few more, and they're in Medellin, a few more with gyms and pools. So they moved to the ones with the gyms and the pool. There weren't too many that had office space or libraries in it. Then all of a sudden you start noticing a lot more apartments that had office spaces and libraries as well as a pool and a gym. So they moved to that one. And then all of a sudden you start noticing that some gyms had pool tables and recreation areas for kids and adults, as well as pools and office space and gymnasiums. So they move. So every 5 years, this couple purposely moves. And now they can, it's kind of funny. I was watching a video that Life with David did. They could point to the apartments. They were like, we stayed in that apartment over there 12 years ago. And that apartment used to be da-da-da-da-da. And I can understand that because, and I was thinking about that. If Andre and I paid $100,000 for an apartment and some, let's say this apartment the next apartment had free Wi-Fi. You never had to pay for Wi-Fi again. And it was in a perfect location for Wi-Fi. And now we're looking at like, man, we just bought an apartment. We're paying for Wi-Fi for the rest of our lives. But that one right across the street, make a left, Escuelda is they got free Wi-Fi in that building. And so that to a certain extent, for some of you guys, the reason why we say that don't rush your first year, and the reason why I'm talking about this topic, and I'm glad that I got Felix on here, is because during consultations, a lot of you guys ask me, I need a realtor. That's because we're programmed in the United States to automatically assume that success is owning a piece of property. And that's true. There's nothing wrong with that. but you don't need it necessarily in the first, and I always say this, that first 1 or 2 years of coming to Colombia, the last thing on your mind, and correct me if I'm wrong, Felix, the last thing on your mind should be purchasing a piece of property. Your first steps are, I like what Felix said, that's what I've been doing, establishing your network. Who's going to be your doctor while you're down here? Where's your doctor's office? You got one of those guys? Okay, do you know where the immigration office is in your neighborhood? Do you know what that is? Where are the hospitals in your neighborhood just in case anything happens to you? Do you know where that is? Do you know where your gymnasiums are? Do you got a trainer? It's so inexpensive, you can get a trainer now. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a friend that's a realtor. Do you know that if that friend has a friend? I've danced on the dance. I kid you not. I pulled a female one time on the dance floor. Come to find out she was a real estate attorney. I pulled other women on the dance floor. By the time we got done with the song, because you know how long salsa songs are, I found out this woman was a politician and worked side by side with the mayor downtown in Cali.
Oh, shit.
It's those little, right? It's those little networks, those little connections that you're supposed to be making within your first year of coming to a country. Not just Colombia, any country. Anybody that's coming to, we're just going to say for Colombia, that's coming to Colombia right out the gate to buy a piece of property other than investment. And even if you're coming down for investment, let's say you're coming down, you're just coming to invest in a piece of property. I'm telling you, you need to make sure that your money is going towards an area of town that you know that's going to continue to develop and not fall by the wayside. Am I lying?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you should definitely be able to see that there's a lot of growth in the city. Like I've been to Cali twice. I can't speak on it because I don't remember. But I mean, I could speak for like Medellin. Like there's literally, I'm looking out my window and there's a building that's in construction. And there's buildings everywhere of all parts of the city that are going up. So, you know, there's a lot of like growth here. And like, that's like, I feel what he's saying, like, you know, in like what you're saying as well, like to just rush into a property, it might not be a good idea. In fact, I think you should, you know, build your network and be very careful because there's a lot of scams. Like I see my friend Gung Ho Gringo who was in the chat and he said, be careful of scams because scams out here are very, very common and there's people trying to run games. So to make sure you have a good attorney, a good agent, like, you know, it's been taking time. I've met some bad people, I've met some good people, but if you build your network, you know, you can really get some solid people in your corner. And it takes time, like, you know, it takes time, like, you know, to find people that are good and that can be trustworthy, because it can be hard to trust people. But if you build your network over time, you can build a good life for yourself. But, you know, there's definitely growth in Colombia. The only thing I would say against what David is saying is that why it might be cheaper to rent, you know, you have to look at in 10, 15 years, this place is going to be, every city in Colombia is going to be blown wide open to every foreigner in every first world country. So you're not going to be able to buy a property anymore for $50K. That boat's going to be, has sailed. And you might not be able to buy a property for $100K. It might be the starting price for any city that has any sort of name, Cali, Bogota, Santa Marta, Cartagena, is going to start at $250K. So anybody that got in for 100 is going to be able to almost triple their money. So that's the only thing I would say. But yeah, within your first 2 years, I think you should just first see if you're going to stay here or have any sort of long-term connections, and then two, just build your circle.
That's so true. And I like how you used Costa Rica as an example, and I'm telling you why that really stood out. I got a couple of guys. I got an older partner of mine that lives in Costa Rica that I talk to on a regular basis. But I just did a consultation with a brother, ex-military, very successful. Money is pretty good. And he's looking to relocate. He said, you know what, Dre? I'm coming to Cali. And we had this is just past weekend. We had a long talk, a long consult. This is the funny part. He hit me up for a consultation at like 3:30 in the morning. It was like I just finished doing a live stream the hour before, and I was just going over some emails, and he hit me up. He said, hey, Dre, blah, blah, blah. I'm so-and-so and so-and-so. I need to see you in the morning. He said, I'm here in Cali, so forth and so forth. Whatever your price is, I got you. So we met up, and he was downtown at the Intercontinental, and he was like, I got to get out of Costa Rica. He didn't own property there, but he had been there long enough to realize that Costa Rica was officially overpriced. Officially overpriced. When he said, when there was a time that the cost of living would be a little higher, but the rental or transportation was very inexpensive in Costa Rica. He said now rental and transportation, as well as the, go eating and going to the grocery store and little things like that, buying your clothes and foods, electronics, they're parallel to each other. He said the bag is not worth the buck in Costa Rica anymore. Like every American knows about it. The same thing happened in Panama. Panama had this price, like people could say the same thing, like you get you a nice place in Panama, very inexpensive, but then people start saying, man, the prices in Panama for your everyday livelihood, now it's a little bit decent. But what Felix is saying is the exact same thing we're noticing that's taking place in Colombia. And you're 100% right. I can tell you in my neighborhood, there is at least 5 brand new apartments. And I'm talking about a couple of them are luxury apartments. Like Andre and I went to a luxury apartment condo. It was $250,000. There were only 2 to 3 per floor. That's how large they were. Only 2 to 3. How much were they? $250,000. $250,000. But the location was excellent. It was on you had a choice between the 5th, 8th, and the 11th floor. Each room looks like its own apartment. It was humongous. I wouldn't even lie. It was California at its best, and it was here in Cali, Colombia. I mean, the giant swimming pool, the den, the workstations downstairs, the gymnasium, top best security, zone 6, almost zone 7 where the politicians live. I mean, it was so fly. We went and saw the place once. We went back again the next month. We were
like maybe like, they got a discount or something. Let me get that.
Yeah, for real. Maybe they got a $50,000 discount on it. But we knew that this spot, the way they was set up, and they had you can see an unfurnished or a furnished, and I'm telling you, it was amazing. And there was only 2 apartments to 3 apartments per floor. That's how big the apartment was. And they were like 5 bedrooms.
How many meters per apartment? Do you know?
I don't even remember. And so, like I said, it's on the other side of Cali, and I never realized how big an apartment can be. And then we went to the Ponza area, where you can buy you a nice condo for $150,000, and in a developed community where it's a gated community, and so those opportunities are out there. But what Felix and I are saying, guys, take your time, but don't take too much time if you're going to be an investor or if you're going to buy a piece of property. The reason why Andre and I are buying pieces of property because of generational wealth. I see what Colombians do. The first thing that Andrea's dad said to me, he said that, and by the way, shout out to my man James with the $15 cash app. Shout out to you.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab another drink.
Actually, take 3 minutes. We're about to do a ice break right about now. So go take your time. You got 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Here we go, guys. Let's hit this ice break.
Det var första gången vi möttes. Våra blickar bara möttes. Kommer du ihåg det igen? Kommer du ihåg igen? Du vill ha ice little fingers. Då du vet det chalas. All in, ingen broms, schackmatt på din vänster hand. Du är så viktig baby. det finns. Det kommer väl till min city, nej. Jag vet att det finns. Kom det är bra lives and all nights, yeah. Jag vet inte om ni kör det. Skön social smart good lady. Jag tvivlar det. Visa mig vad du finns, yeah.
All right. I hope you guys like that ice break. Got my fresh ice. Shout out to you guys. Let me get some fresh ice real quick. And I'm glad that you guys enjoyed that. Oh, yeah. You guys already know.
You better back the fuck up out my face, goddammit. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Don't play with me.
Oh, yeah. Understand.
Stone me if you must, but point out where I lie.
That's all I'm saying. That is all I'm saying. We're having a great live stream tonight. Once again, tonight's show is about individuals that are thinking about buying a piece of property or just renting out a piece of property. Reason why we're talking about renting as well, because a lot of times in the States, you kind of feel bad about not, renting out a piece of property. Let me turn this down a little bit. Because you're thinking like, okay, I'm 55 years old and I don't own a piece of property and I've been living in Colombia for 10 years. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm going to say this again. If you are in Colombia and you don't own a piece of the land, there's nothing wrong with that either. But if you want to own, there's nothing wrong with that also. So feel comfortable when it comes to either way. Either way, the two things that Andre and I want to do in the next year, purchase our first piece of property, our first apartment or first house, because there's a lot of houses out here for sale. And then the next year or two, purchase a piece of land. So those are our plans in regards to Colombia. And then here's the other cool part. When you make US dollars, and you pay Colombian prices, some dudes could have bought a piece of property with the pay for play money. I'm going there. Some dudes could have used that 5 years of pay for play and bought himself a nice piece of property. Not hating on what another man does with his money, but what I'm saying is that it's so inexpensive to live in most of South America that you can start stacking 2,000 here, 1,000 there, 1,500 here. And then within your first 3-4 years of being in Colombia, you're supposed to be setting up your network anyway and not buying a piece of property anyway in your first 2-3 years in Colombia. Now you got 3 years worth of money stacked to the side due to the fact that you're not paying that, that U.S. rent that you guys are paying. I mean, I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't see how y'all doing it in the States. I ain't gonna even lie. I wish I could come up with a way to say, hey, make it in the States. But when I sit back and I see the same apartment that you have and you're paying $2,000 for it, and I see people in Colombia paying $250 for the same apartment that you're paying $2,000 for in the States. No. I kid you not. So when I sit back and I say one of the reasons why I relocated to Colombia, because it gave me the opportunity to stack on stacks on stacks. I ain't gonna even lie to you. Being here in Colombia and only paying $380 for rent, that includes Wi-Fi, that includes all our other bills, washer and dryer units downstairs. That includes 12-foot vaulted ceilings, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. And the building was only, when we got here, the building was only 2 years old. So do remember, guys, that definitely you want to start when you come down here, Colombia. One of your reasons for coming down here, you want to stack. My brother said, he said, I feel you. He said, I paid $145,000 for my 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom condo here in the Chi. Yeah, you on the lakefront though. You got a nice spot. But I feel where you're coming from. I do feel where you're coming from with that. I definitely feel that. So, yeah, for 100, dude, you know what you could have. I'm gonna show you what you could have got in Colombia for 150. I'm gonna show you what you could have got in Cali for that same 150. Yeah, I'm gonna break your heart real quick. Yeah, for that same 150. Yep, that's what you could have got. Let me bring my man back.
Sorry about that. I had for whatever reason I couldn't see myself after I shut my camera off. So I'm back.
I saw that for a moment. One brother said he paid like $145 for his condo, 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom in Chicago. I'm trying to show him in Cali where he could have at least got on the lower. I know, right? On the lower end. For that, let me show him this.
And you don't have to freeze. You know, I love Chicago as a city. It's probably one of my top 3 cities in the States. But
oh yeah, I love the shot.
It's not cheap, and it's like, what's the weather in Chicago right now? Like 10 degrees.
Yeah, it's cold.
You don't have to deal with that.
It's cold.
It's 9 degrees right now in Chicago.
Now, right here in Cali, you could have been in this neighborhood for 150.
Wow. Damn.
This pond's on the south side. Remember I was telling you guys about the fenced-in condos? You could have
like
definitely.
That's like in the best of the best area, right?
Yep, out south. And they're starting to build out north like this. There's so much open land out north by the airport that's like 20 minutes from here. So they're starting to build this out on our side of the city as well.
Wow.
Kid you not.
I like that one right there below. Right there. Yep. Down.
Yep.
Down. Yeah, that one. I like that one. Wow. That thing's incredible.
Let's see if they give us the inside of it. Let's see. Oh, Century 21. Let's see if they show it all. Let's take a look. This, even though this is, I think this might not be the one that you're looking at, but Century 21 is giving us a different one. Oh, that is the one. Yeah, the one that you're looking at is yeah, this is way more. Now remember, these prices are in pesos, guys, so don't think that's dollars. That is a nice spot. And most of this will go unused. That's the crazy part. In Florida, everybody that had a pool, you rarely used it. It's like all of us that had a pool, even though that's nice, man.
Wow. And
this is Cali.
How's land out there? Because you know what I bet, I mean, that price, that's 4.9 billion pesos. That's like a little over $1 million. But I know this guy, I met this guy. That's another thing about just building your network. I seen a guy in a Facebook group. He posted up his property. He's selling it for 3.2 billion pesos, which is like 800 grand. So I wrote him on Facebook. I said, hey man, I could pay you for a consultation. Just let me know. I just have some questions. He says, hey man, don't even worry about it. Just call me. So I call him. He starts giving me all the game. He built a mansion. He built an absolute mansion, a little outside of Medellin. He bought the land for 200K. Or about 200K. He built it. This thing is a mansion. Like, this is not like your average house. This in the States would probably be $3-4 million. He bought the land, and it's on my YouTube channel. He's trying to sell it now for like basically $810,000. He bought the land for like 200K. He built it for like
200K. So he's all in for a property that he's gonna, when he sells it, and he said there's property selling in the same neighborhood for about 800, 900K. So when he sells it, he's gonna make 400K profit. But if he were to live in it, and he's living in it right now, he told me, but if he were to stay in it long term, he basically has a mansion for 400K. That in the States, 400K is like a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, basic average house, maybe 1,000, 1,200 square feet. And this guy has like a 4,000 square foot house, which he bought the land for 200. He built it for 200, and now it's worth like 700, 800. So I'm not sure what the land in Cali runs, but I know a lot of people in Medellin, they do that. They buy the land, which is pricey, but the cost of labor here is a mile and an arm cheaper, a mile and a leg cheaper.
It's the same thing with Cali. Cali is in every aspect is 40% less than Medellin and Cartagena. So whatever price you see on a piece of property or land, it's put 40% less with Cali. Cali has always been less because it doesn't have that tourism, so it doesn't have that level of competition. But it's coming down the turnpike. See, I see Medellin and Cartagena, because of being the beach area, blowing up in prices before Cali. I think people are going to, because I'm starting to see that now. I kid you not. I'm starting to see investors that were investing in Medellin, and now because of the cost of, in comparison, you got people that are buying property in Cali now. A lot of people are relocating to Cali due to the fact that 40%, that's quite a bit. And they're like, man, I didn't realize it was that difference for the same bang for your buck. And like I said, now, when I was showing you Ponza, that area I was just showing you with the nice homes, that's Ponza, that's out south. They're now selling you not even 10-minute drive from here now. They're selling the land out here, and it's the fishing ponds that are out there, and the what's out in that area, the water park, like a giant water park, is out in that area. And when you drive past it is nothing but land, house for sale, land, house for sale. And I'm talking about really, really nice houses or condos that a person can actually be able to get into gated communities now. So now they're starting to develop on this side of the city. So I kid you not, guys, it's taking place. It is taking place. It is not like it's something that is not the norm. Shout out to my man Beto in the building, or B2 Beto. And he says for the fresh ice, yes sir, fresh ice break, and thanks for all the knowledge, yes sir. One of the reasons why we're talking about this topic, shout out to Jason being in the building. One of the reasons, Jason said, I bought my condo $300K, and it's now worth at least $500,000. Shout out to you, man. Great investment. Great investment. One of the things I'm starting to see down here, and I'm going to go back to what I was going to say in a second. One of the things that I'm seeing down here is the same thing that you're seeing. But in my neighborhood, they're taking houses that were older, because I live in zone 5, like going into zone 6. But many of these houses are older as far as their fashion and their style, right?
Okay.
Or their structure. Bruh, they are coming into my neighborhood as if I lived here forever and a day. And they are building up houses that you thought nobody's going to buy that house. And brother, I've seen in the last year and a half, at least 7 buy it for $50,000 or $60,000, gut it, redo the whole structure. They break it all the way down to its bare bones. And these houses, man, 6 months later, because just like you said, the labor is so inexpensive in Colombia. So just imagine how inexpensive the labor would be in Cali area compared to Medellin. And man, these houses look like the Ponza houses that I just showed you, just in the inner city. And I could tell you at least one across the street, 2 next door, And the one on the corner, somebody, that's the one I really wanted. Somebody took the corner house and they're gutting it right now. Right now, they're just taking everything out of it. And it's a brick spot. It's really nice. And they're taking it out. They're gutting that thing out, man. Listen. And the one around the corner behind my neighbors, right around the corner, they gutted that one. There's at least 4 gutted apartments right around, houses right around the corner that they bought for like 60, 70, 80, threw another 30 off in there, another 40 off in there. And brother, and I'm talking about some nice homes that didn't have a driveway at one point in time, or they didn't have the electric garage door opener or whatever it may be. And they just fixed it up and made it look so modern that those Panza houses that I just showed you are now showing up in my neighborhood now. So
yeah, I think Cali might be, it's definitely behind Medellin and Cartagena, not knocking Cali, but I feel like that could be a big opportunity to people that, have some money. Cause it's like, if Cartagena and Medellin are next on the chopping block to be like the next Costa Rica and below, not saying Cali isn't, but Cali, you might have an extra 2-3 years before Cali gets thrown in the bucket with Cartagena and Medellin. And then, once prices start going, like, people don't realize when the prices really get out of control, you're going to be like, damn, I should have bought something and I didn't. Not saying to jump into it, but that could be a good investor opportunity. That could be a good place to start scoping out a market, because if it's not on the radar yet and people are just starting to hear about it and it's not too hot, you could probably get in there. If you got $250K to play with, you probably could pick up 2-3 properties, maybe more.
Yep, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. That's exactly how we're looking at it. I got my eye on a piece of property that's right there on the corner, and you would drive past it 100 times. You would say there is no way. But when I've seen the work that I've actually, with my own eyes, seen the work of houses that were abandoned, and you thought there is no way in heck nobody's ever going to buy that house, ever. They might as well tear it down and start from scratch. And you see what they've done with that house, and I'm seeing it with my own eyes, and it's only taking these dudes like 6 months to do it. And I'm like, God, wait a minute. I remember that house was, I'm talking about houses you swore was trash. And now they're the best looking house in the neighborhood. Every one of them. Every one of them. So that's our goal of, and I compared to buying brand new, I was like, I want to do the fixer upper. I want to get something that I can gut, and we can actually, and we're so used to being around houses that to just buy an apartment is kind of for me, it's kind of like I'm so used to being around houses, babe. Let's just buy a house. Let's just buy a house, gut it like everybody else does, and make it to our liking, So that's how I'm thinking.
Yeah, I want to do the same thing eventually. I'm not really too pressed, but eventually I want to, get a property, and I want to buy some land, and then I don't know. The reason I want to get some land, did you feel that earthquake today? There was like an earthquake at like 6.
Everybody, we talked about that before you came in. Everybody felt that earthquake.
Man, that earthquake. As soon as it started happening, I was like, I need to get myself a house, even though I know the buildings are built for that out here. But when I started feeling that this morning, I was like, that's why I need to get a property. And not to rain on your parade or your show. I have to leave at around the 3-hour mark, just because I have to pop up super, super early tomorrow.
No. Whenever you're ready, you don't even have to wait till the 3-hour mark. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm down for like about another 40-50 minutes.
Okay, cool. But yeah, that earthquake was, because I was sitting here editing. I hadn't been asleep at night. Usually I've been going through insomnia a lot this past month. So I don't sleep at night a lot. So a lot of time I'm up at night editing videos, and I'll drop the video of the day on one of the channels. And so I'm sitting here, and all of a sudden I feel that first wave come through, and I'm like, I said, oh, that was the first one. I knew another one was, because the first one was so strong. I knew another one was coming. By the time I made it to the doorway of our front doorway to stand in the doorway, I see all my neighbors. They're standing in their doorways. That second one came through, and it was like everything is moving. You can hear everything in here rocking. And like I said, it was only maybe like 5 to 7 seconds, but it was long enough to where oh, there's an earthquake coming through. And if like I tell people, if you have never experienced the earthquake, it's like you're standing there and the earth is going like this.
Yeah, it's just a really weird feel.
Crazy,
like,
isn't it? And the funny part,
I don't personally like it, to be honest. I feel really off the whole day. Like, I feel really weird today. I can't explain it.
Same thing to you.
Like, my body feels so off. Like, I can't explain it. Like, it's a really weird feeling. I guess that you could say it's kind of cool that the earth, but it throws your body way off.
Felix, thank you. You're the first literally. My next statement was going to be, and it throws your body off. I kid you not. I was literally about to say the same thing because you're right. It's not like a sickness or a soreness. It's like your system is tossed off for that day. And the first time I felt it, I was like, maybe it's just me, and I feel nervous because of after my first earthquake, So maybe it's just me. Then after the second one, it was that odd feeling. And it wasn't depression, it wasn't melancholy. It was something that you can't describe. And you're right. And I noticed it again. Today was the first day that I acknowledged that my body is thrown off. The other times I kind of like chalked it up to the game. Maybe it's something else. But after every earthquake, even though it was like 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, after every one of them, you are absolutely correct. It throws your body off for the rest of the day. I think my body is just getting back on track over the last maybe 4 hours. And this happened this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning. Maybe this last
It's a very odd feeling.
Yeah, and I guess because you're not used to the earth, shaking your system up like that to where, oh man, then you watch all the TikTok videos that come out with people running around and running out their house with no clothes on or running down the street or running out of grocery stores because of the earthquake. But it was a big one. It was crazy how so many of us in Medellin, so many of us in Cali were reaching out to other brothers and individuals in Medellin. It was like, hey, did you guys feel that? You like, do you in Medellin? You felt that too? And then when you look at the circle, it was all over, Colombia. So yeah, that earth so
strong.
Yes, when you come to Colombia, yes, you will experience eventually an earthquake. This is a random, Andre, but is next Carnival in February? The one in February is the one that's in Barranquilla. But yeah, the next one is in Barranquilla. That's the Barranquilla Festival. The Barranquilla Festival is the world's largest Latin-speaking festival. The one in Brazil is the world's largest Portuguese-speaking festival. But the world's largest Latin-speaking festival is the one that's in Barranquilla. And I'm telling you, man, if you've never been to hey, Felix, you got to get to the Barranquilla Festival, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out. I've heard good things about it. I wanted to go last year, but I just wasn't able to get around to you. Have you been? You've been to it?
Oh yeah. We went. The funny part, we went 2020, like 2 months before COVID hit, before they shut the planet. It was like a bunch of us YouTubers. We all met up, and we were there. That's when we were there with Flyboy Way and my man Kings of Dreams. Who else was there? Ace Live was there. My man Dave with the tech show. There's a few. Dreezy was there. Oh, man, I'm trying to remember all the other YouTubers.
A little bit of everybody.
Yeah, it was a bunch of us that kind of like showed up and hung out. And 2 months later, the world locked down.
Wow.
The world locked down. Yep. I remember that. He said, I'm in Florida. My son used the pool. He said, I use it like 10 times a year. Yeah. When you're in Florida, you got the pool. You really don't, even if you got a community pool, you walk outside, you clean the pool, you take care of the pool, but you ain't using the pool all like you thought you would. That's the one thing about being in Florida. You're not, it looks nice, but you're not using it like.
But it ain't getting used.
Yeah. And so I don't stress about, we gotta have a place with a pool, because I've experienced that, and it's.
Yeah, you never use it. I have the same thing. I have an apartment, even in my complex. I've been at this apartment since September. I've probably gone in the pool I've gone in the pool one time, actually. I've only been in the pool one time. So it's like you never even use the amenities. That's how they get you. We have this, we have that, we have this. This. Look at this amenity, but you never use it. It's just like it's like a smoke screen, basically. That's how they get you to pay extra.
So let me ask you this: let's since you're going to be here for like the next maybe 30 minutes, let's talk about your journey, because this is important. Your journey regarding real estate. What step? What was your first step? Your second step that you had to make? What steps are you in now? Like, at least give us a step-by-step synopsis for guys that are like, if I was your boy, I'm like, dude, how'd you do it? That type of thing.
Yeah. So the first thing I would say is, well, first off, I had some experience with real estate. I did real estate in the States. So I have a little bit of experience with that. But basically, so obviously I have my visa. I had like a rentista visa. I'm now going to get a digital nomad visa, which is a bit easier. But basically, I had the money. I have no idea, to be honest. It's basically saying that are you still here?
Yeah, I'm still here. I put you on solo.
So basically I just worked with this other immigration person. Well, I have a different immigration attorney, a little bit better. That's a little bit better with a bit better communication. The one thing I look for when I do business with people is like communication times. If I message you and you text me back 5 days later, that's going to be a little bit of an issue. So the first person that got me my visa, even though he got me my visa, the digital nomad visa at that time was new. It was only out for maybe 2 months. So he said, hey, if you have a company that pays you dividends, more or less, you can get access to this rentista visa, which is like more like a fancy retirement visa. So that's about to expire in March, but I'm going to get another one, which is the digital nomad. So basically, I was in a Facebook group. I seen a guy who said something about his properties. I messaged him. I said, hey, man, just wanted to reach out, wanted to see what kind of business you've done. Let me know if you're free. I'd love to take you out to lunch, right? Linked up with him. He had 3 properties. They were on Airbnb, making some good money. He was an American. That was the guy who I told you said that he was late to the Costa Rica run and missed out on hundreds of thousands of dollars in new property value. So now he's here. He's got 3 properties. They're on Airbnb. He knew an immigration attorney, law attorney, tax attorney, and that's who I'm using now to help me buy the property. So I met him through a Facebook group. I took him out to lunch. We ate. I just started picking his brain. How'd you do this? How'd you do that? He's Latino, and he has a little bit of money. So it seems like he came here and we were able to build connections and build a network quicker than the average person. So I was kind of just trying to see how I could kind of like, stand on the shoulders of other giants. And I met him, and then I met somebody else. So basically the problem is you have to bring the money into Colombia. You can't just, even if you have a Colombia bank account, you can't just wire, 300 million pesos or $90,000 to your bank account. You have to get, I know there's other types that you could do, but there's a bank called Acciones and Valores, and it's located out of Bogota. I have a representative with the bank that speaks perfect English, and you have to open up, it's basically like an investment account. And I know multiple people with properties that have an account with this bank. So they want to basically know like how you got the money, basically to limit any like, money laundering or anything like illegal transactions. So they want to see tax returns. They want to know what you're doing in Colombia, what your plan is. They want to see bank statements. They want to see your ID. They want to see your passport. They really vet you to know like who you are, what you're doing, what your plan is. How did you make this money? Like, how do you have access to $100,000 that you want to bring to Colombia? They want to see tax returns. They want to see everything. Once you have that, then you can transfer up to, there's different banks that, some banks, I've heard Wells Fargo has like a $75,000 monthly limit. I had the money in an investment account that was just basically building money, like building interest. And it was just growing on itself for the past like 18 months. It was just sitting in there. And I just recently transferred it out of my USA investment account. It's now sitting in my bank account. And then I'm just waiting for the login. The Acciones and Valeres Colombian investment account is open as of 2 days ago. They said they're going to send me the online credentials. Once I have the online credentials, I'm going to wire the money into the investment account. And, once I find a property, I looked at 4 properties today. They were nice. They were just a little bit tiny because even though I'm going to rent it out, if worst case scenario, I might live in the property if I want to. So I want to have something that, I would find appealing to myself.
Right.
So, once the money is basically in the account, you move pretty quickly. When you're paying cash, just like in the States, when you're paying, cash is king. The property and the deal will go pretty quick, but I have an attorney, I have someone that's already experienced, and I have like a team that's going to help me make sure everything goes according to plan. But yeah, you have to bring the money into the country like securely. You can't just, and I didn't know this. I thought, hey, I just have the money on an account. Let me use my debit card. Let me write a check. Like, you have to bring the money into the country. Let's hope the peso goes up, up, up. So I make money on my money. And then that's the process. So I'm just going to keep looking for properties. And, how I look at it, if I could find something that is nice, has a, 2-3 bedrooms, a nice view, and I could purchase it for around $80,000 to $90,000, which is doable because like I said, I'm a little outside of Medellin. If I was in Poblado, oh man, it's going to be, or Laureles, I would be paying 125 to 200K. I'm a little bit outside of Medellin, so the prices are a little bit cheaper. But at the same time, I could get, I know, because I'm paying 2.6 million pesos right now, which is like 650. So if I could get 600 to 700 a month in rent, times 12 months, that's 7,000 times 10 years. I get my money back in 10 years. So that's basically the goal. I haven't got to the step where I actually have the property, but maybe in, a month or 2 months, I don't see it happening longer than that. I should have my property, which is, pretty exciting. So that's basically where I'm at in the thing. But I've been here since August of 2022. And I just came to the conclusion, like I said, last month, where I said, you know what? I've been here like almost like a year. I've been here like a year and 3 or 4 months. Let me make a move. I got my network. I got my team. I got my board of advisors. Now let me make a play.
Excellent. Excellent. I'm glad that you gave us a breakdown in regards to the banking. Definitely, because a lot of guys don't know that you actually, there's certain steps that you have to take in regards to the background of where you get this money from, because they don't want, that money laundering charge to come, or that money laundering or excuse me, or another country to come looking for you, making their country look bad.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me, guys. All right. Let's also talk about Stefano put in, apply for Trusted Traveler Program. Tell us about your program.
Trusted Traveler Program?
I thought that was you.
Oh, no. I have no idea what that is. I'm about to actually look it up. I've never heard of that.
Okay, we'll find out. Shout to Stefano with the Trusted Traveler. I thought that was you. .gov. Shout out to Stefano and my man Los Cartagena. Los is looking at real estate in Cartagena right now, so that's what he's doing. So if you have any questions, make sure you guys go to Let's Learn Crypto TV, and he can answer all your questions in regards to purchasing property in Cartagena as well as cryptocurrency. And once again, shout out to my man B2 or Bito with the $7 blessing us this day. And my man EK in the building. Shout out to you once again, brother. Yes, that festival is great. And we got the Afro-Colombian Festival coming up in August here in Cali, Colombia. All right. I guess you basically answered all of our questions and you shared your information. So right now, like, as you said before, that you're at the place of just hunting for your property, getting all that taken care of. And could you, well, I'll get this behind the scenes. I'll ask you this behind the scenes because I know a lot of guys will be wondering what is the actual name of the bank and any contacts that you might have that could help people out in Medellin. So I'll ask you that behind the scenes. We'll put that in the Patreon. But yeah, August is too damn for. I need to come in February. It's too far. Yeah, if you're gonna come in February, yeah, you definitely want to go to Ben and Kia. That Ben and Kia festival is fun, and all that what we're saying about the speakers outside. Yeah,
that's true.
Yeah, man, the sales of speakers that I saw in Ben and Kia for the festival, it was, and I'm talking about speakers that were at least 4-foot speakers. I'm talking about huge, dude. Oh, they don't play in Ben and Kia. This is not a game. You know how in like in Cali and Medellin, they'll have the little 2-foot or 12-inch speakers.
Yeah, when you say speakers, I'm thinking like something like this. You're talking about something like
man,
something that's almost 2 meters tall, basically.
Listen, we talk about something. If you lay it on the side, it look like a couch. Man, bruh. They do not play in Ben and Kia. This is not a joke. This is not a joke.
Did you see I got a passport? I got a passport. Hey, I got a passport.
I hit the wrong drop. I really meant to hit this drop. That's what I meant to hit. But hey, we all got a passport. But
you gotta have that passport, man.
I know, right? But at the end of the day, because I'm working on getting my permanent visa this week, so I've been running around. Andre's got me running around and getting all the paperwork and everything together. And so, but at the end of the day, yeah, they've got some giant speakers, and it'll be old people. That's the part, Felix. It'll be older people. It's not just younger people with them giant speakers. And I'm literally riding past the stores that they sell the speakers in and everything, and you're seeing these speakers that look like, 10-year-old kids height. And these old people looking like, yeah, you want, baby, you want, that's the one? Okay, let's get that one. Oh, we could get 2. Okay, let's get 2. And that you see them just, and they're just sitting out on in front of the apartment, or they'll have them sitting out in front of their house, or or by the stairs, or they'll have them sticking out the window, or they'll have them in the front door. And I kid you not, dude, and they are blaring them. And it's such a celebration. It's kind of funny. The music is not so loud and so blaring that you like, I don't understand this music. This sounds crazy. It's hurting my ears. It doesn't even hurt your ears or anything. You feel festive. That's what it is. It makes you just feel festive, and you just listen to the music. You listen to the neighbor's music. You thinking to yourself. You are literally. Andrew and I just took a walk through Ben and Kia. We just said, let's just walk, and all you needed was a drink in your hand. That's all you needed, because every neighbor, every block had music just blaring from 2 or 3 different type of speakers, if not 4 from different houses, but the music sounded so festive, and you just having a good time. You like, oh, okay, I see what they do here in Medellin. I understand.
That energy is something different.
Oh, it's completely different. It is completely different. Okay, that festival, and then they're tossing the white flour on you, and everybody just having a good time. It's just really a festive time, man. As far as energy is concerned, it is probably in Colombia. Now, I love Cali, Colombia's salsa festival. I've never seen a festival with that type of energy. That parade and that is in December. It's there's not
something out of this world.
Yeah, it is. It is, because they got 300 salsa schools from around the world come down here. So wow. I mean, you dudes are doing acrobatics. It's acrobats and salsa at the same time. So it's something you ain't never seen before. And then the best.
You know how to dance salsa?
Stop it, man. I live in Cali. Stop this, man.
I gotta ask.
Come on, man. I was tempted to go out tonight. What you talking about? I'm like, no, Andre, you need to sit. I'm like, I said, by the time we get done, it'll be 11:30. I say, man, listen, that's early here. But
how many nights a week do you dance salsa?
In Cali?
Yeah.
Without going out? About 4 times a week.
Wow.
And the reason why is because you're a lot of times with Cali. Now, the question that you asked me was, how many times a week do you dance salsa? I could be in the house. I could be, now if you're talking about outside the home going out, it's when you guys come to town. I rarely go out by myself. It's usually like I'm so focused on business that when you guys come to town, that's my hangout time. That's my wind down time. That's when I wind down and I can chill. But if you guys are in town, I'm usually just business. I'm usually just, there's a couch right here. I usually got a book in my hand and I'm reading or I'm taking care of something. So tonight might be the night where I might go out, but I might not, because since I've been going through insomnia all week long, I might get a good night's sleep after an earthquake.
Sometimes you just gotta take it easy and just chill. So yeah. I'm a night owl too. So sometimes that first night back on a normal sleep schedule, it's like, okay, let me just take it easy.
And tonight, Andrea went and hung out with her mom and her dad. So she's gonna be over there all night. It's like, oh, I can literally just sleep, because we purposely don't have a television in the room, because that's our conversation time. So yeah, I go in the room. Andrea it's kind of funny, man. My wife comes across as one of those women that's just quiet and observant, and then you get to know her, and it's blah, 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 blah. I mean, she's talking, and so as soon as I come in the room, Andrea's just going. So I'm like, okay, I know Andrea's going to be going for the next 45 minutes, and then she's going to go to sleep. But then I can't sleep. Mm-hmm. But now tonight is like, I could actually just go in the room, after the live stream,
take it down,
go in the room and take my butt to sleep.
Yeah, that's a good feeling, man. I'm literally, as soon as I jump off this live stream, man, I'm gonna take it down early, because I actually go to this jiu-jitsu training in the morning. So I like to keep my days packed up with different activities, and that's why I love living out here, because you could do so many things for it doesn't break the bank. Like I'm gonna train jiu-jitsu in the morning at 8 a.m. It's a little bit far from my house, like 30 minutes, but it's like I could go up to 3 times, or I go up to 5 times a week if I want. And for the whole month, I think I paid like $50. So, which in a jiu-jitsu school in the States could run you $300-400. I have a private trainer that trains me up to 5 days a week for $100, which would cost $100 a session in the States. I have a basketball trainer that trains me like once a week, where I just get up shots, practice different shoots, because I have to play basketball. So I do so many different activities and so many different things. It doesn't break the bank, because everything is about a third or a fourth of the price, which is one thing that's just amazing about living out here. You want You want to have a basketball trainer to train you to, rebound for you in the States and might run you $150 an hour. This guy charges me $15 an hour to, help me in basketball. My trainer charges me it comes out to $6 a session. And he's like an Olympic trainer. He looks like Hulk Hogan. He's massive. He trains me every 4 or 5 days a week for $6 a session. You can't do these type of activities in the States for the same price.
Say it again. I actually
can't do all these activities. You want to. I remember I had a trainer in the States because how I look out, if working out and fitness, it isn't my expertise. So I'd rather pay somebody who's its expertise that can give me information, knowledge, guide me along the way. A great trainer in the States is gonna run you, I could be wrong, $50 to $80 per session. When it comes out to pesos, depending on the fluctuation of the dollar, I pay $5 to $7 a session. You can't beat that.
I love it.
Where can you do that? Then after you're done working out or playing, and you want to go, maybe, my lady cooks pretty much every single day, but maybe if I want to eat out, I might eat out for $4 or $5. It's just the quality of life. Like you said, your friend that was in Costa Rica said, "Hey, the gig is up. It's no longer cheaper here." Here you can eat a plate of food or a menu of the day spot for $4. You can't do that anywhere else. You could do it other places in the world, maybe like Asia and stuff, but you can't do that in any city in America where you can eat a plate of food for $4
and be full.
Full and eat real, natural, non-GMO, poison food.
True, so true, man. Okay, he says, is that the one easy entry back into the U.S.? You get expedition through customs. I don't know if he's talking about global entry
I think he's talking about that link that the guy said, "Hey, check out the travel program," because I Googled it, and that travel program was talking about global entry, TSA pre-check. That could be what he's talking about. Not sure.
What Stefano was talking about, the program. Yeah. Because I just got a hold of Colombia's, when I was in immigration today, they were advertising Colombian's version of the global entry, and it's called Biomeg. I got the check mag.
Oh, yeah.
They got the Biomeg where you just put your face up there, and it just it knows your passport, it knows you, it knows everything about you, and just go on through instead of standing in the custom line. And so I'm going to get that.
And you're able to use that or no?
No, and I'm going to find out. So I don't know if I need to be a citizen yet to do it. I don't know if I need to have my permanent visa in order to use it. So I'm going to have to find out. But I've been knowing about it. And you see them, especially in Bogota airport, you see them there. And people just walk
Bogota
through.
For sure.
You like, man, I wish I could just walk on through the airport line like that. I'm standing this long Bogota line, customs line to get through. And so I noticed it. But then when I was in immigration office today, I noticed it again. They were advertising. So I went ahead and did some screenshots. So I'm going to do some homework to see if I'd be eligible for it. Or do I have to wait until I get my full-scale citizenship in 2 years in order to get it?
So once you have a visa for 5 years, you're able to apply for citizenship.
Once you have a visa for 5 years, you're eligible for the permanent visa.
Oh, it's permanent visa.
Yeah, it's no matter how many visas you get within a 5-year window, you got to get past your first 5 years of visas. Then you apply for what I'm applying for right now, the permanent visa. So you don't have to ever do a visa again. You come in and out of Colombia whenever. It doesn't matter. If you're gone for 5 years, you can still come back to Colombia. If you're gone for 25 years, you can still come back into Colombia. So there is no window of time with the permanent visa. Now, when you get your permanent visa, 2 years after your permanent visa, in my case, 2026, you're eligible for your citizenship. Now, as you and I well know, if you connected with who you connected, I know a guy who know a guy who know a guy. in Colombia, you know, you can work your magic to get citizenship before that. But for the rest of us who don't know a guy, it's just basically, you know, the 5 years of visa, then you get your permanent visa, then you get your citizenship. Like I know one guy who's a real estate investor here in Cali. He was the guy that rented me my first Airbnb. He just purchased apartment building in like his fourth or fifth in 2022 for $300K. And they're all top-notch condos, man. This building is like, I think
he bought the whole building for $300K.
No, 350. My bad. 350K, 12 units. 12 units of giant apartments, not just regular size apartments. I'm talking about gigantic. And I think he put in renovation $500K into it. I'm talking.
So he spent, how many units did he get? He got 12 units, you said?
12 units of huge condo sized apartments. It's a nice building too.
So like I think the math here makes sense. Like if you get for easy math, say he gets 400 a month. Maybe it's low, maybe it's high. I don't know. That's almost 5,000 a month. Yep. You times that by 12 months, that's 60,000 a year. The dude gets his money back in 60, 120, 180. If he gets his money back in 6 years.
He's been here 9 years.
Wow, that guy's smart.
9 years, married a Colombiana, really cool. They're part of the Colombian expat group down here in Cali, Colombia. And like I said, I met him through Airbnb, and I just so happened to rent my first Airbnb from him. He was the one that told me. He said, "You want to be on this side of town, not that side of town." I'm determined to be on the other side of town. He said, "I'm telling you, Andre, you ain't got no car. You can't get up and down them hills. I go over there, look for apartments anyway, because I can afford it." Man, I get over there to the area. Andrea said, "Man, these are nice apartments." And the first thing come out of her mouth, "So how you going to get down the hill?" I'm like, "What?" The first street is a 15-minute walk downhill.
Shit, that's no joke.
Andre, she said, "Let me take you out north where it's flat and everything is in 5-minute walking distance." And that's how I ended up over here by Chippy Choppy Mall.
Yeah, but man, these ain't no American hills. These are Colombian hills. These hills are built different.
Yeah. I'm talking big talk. He said, "I'm telling you, Dre, you don't want to be on that side of town. I can afford it." And so I went to a couple of apartments that looked like Scarface lived in them. I mean, really laid out. Just the view was like, I own the city. This world is yours type of situation. And Andrea looked at me like, "Oh, these are nice." She said, "So how you gonna get down the hill? You ain't got a car."
Yeah.
And I'm like,
the hills
"Oh, right. I'm not walking in this Cali heat." up and downhill. We talking about the downhill part. These along the uphill part. And so I was like, okay, that dream is deferred. As soon as I went back, Patrick was like, "So you listen to my suggestion, huh?" I like, "Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying." And so now, fast forward, man, 6 years, Patrick owns like 4 or 5 apartment complexes. He's actually going to be building his first from scratch apartment complex around the corner from the one that I was just telling you about, the $350,000 one. He's starting to break ground on his new one, and he actually got the architect for the Marriott here in Cali, Colombia, which is a really nice hotel too. The architect for Marriott to actually do the architectural design from the ground all the way up, and the interior. He also has the interior designer for the Marriott to do the work for him as well. So I'm very proud of him. Just to be a regular dude, regular guy that comes from the Scandinavian countries, moved to the United States for a couple of years, was like, I don't really mess with the States like that. Moved to Colombia, met his wife. I think they have one daughter.
How
They got
old is the guy?
and he's doing really good, really good.
How old is he?
Patrick cannot be any older than 40 plus, maybe 40, because he's been here 9 years, maybe 45.
Wow, that's incredible, and probably just killing it.
Oh, he's killing it. And his whole, and the funny part is Patrick is a regular white boy. T-shirt, shorts, jeans. That's it. There is nothing. You'll walk past Patrick and you swear he was the most regular white dude that you ever saw in your life. There's nothing about Patrick that says that this dude owns real estate all around Colombia. I mean, all around Cali. There's nothing about him that says. I personally know that Patrick owns at least 4 apartment complexes, and when he does his Airbnbs, it's on another level. I have yet to see somebody do Airbnbs. I see some nice Airbnbs, but his are on a completely different level as far as the interior design. I don't know who was doing his Airbnbs, but they definitely stand out. And so to have all these complexes, I mean, I've had guys that will come down and was like, yeah, I rented from this guy named Patrick. I'm like, this Patrick building? Like, yeah, this Pat. And I'm looking like, and I look around like, yeah, this is Patrick building. Because just from the interior work, I can tell his buildings. So I got partners down here that have stayed in some of his spots that I didn't even know he owned, that Patrick owned.
Wow.
And like I say, he's just a down to earth, everyday regular white boy. You would with he ain't making no special connection.
Regular nobody dude. Knows he's caked up.
He did what you're doing. He came down and networked first. I'll say that again to all you guys that's still here, the 66 that are still here. Build your first couple of years in Colombia. I don't care how good or bad your Spanish is. You should have a network of people that are not out to scam you. You should be like I love what you said, because I do this a lot. You should be paying for lunch for a lot of people down here.
Yeah.
Hey, if I could just get if I could just take you out to lunch, if I could pay for this, that, and this little could I take you? What do you like to bowl? Are you a golfer? What is you like to do? Network down here, guys. While you guys are trying to just run and just dive in the swimming pool, I'm telling you guys, it's so much easier when you're networking down here. Am I kidding?
Yeah, and it's only a few bucks. You want to take someone to a coffee? What's it going to cost you? $10, $5? Where it could save you thousands of dollars in problems, or it could save you headaches beyond belief. So if you build, and I like what you said, like nobody, not to change topic real quick, like you said about he's wearing like a pair of he's wearing like a pair of sneakers. He probably bought all his clothes in Colombia. Like, dude, like when you live here, I know people come here and they want to, but you hear about these people that come into like Cartagena and they want to like dress fly. Like the people with money, like you don't even know they have money. And it's like, you could leave all that. Like what I started to do, I sometimes I'd be like, I accept the stuff I just started buying clothes in Colombia stores. I'm like, you know what? I live here now. I just buy Colombian clothes. And it's like, here, it's really about living low key. Like, I'm going to be getting a car soon. I'm not getting no fancy car. In the States, I had a nice car. I'm getting them but I'm getting my house first. I'm getting a Mazda. I already seen a Mazda I want. And here it's really about, being as low key as possible. There's a lot of opportunity out here, but you don't have to you don't really want people to know what the hell you got going on. I tell people like who are like-minded, that's different. But to the average Colombian, I don't know why people come out here and feel the need to like flex. Like nobody cares that you have a designer brand on. Nobody cares that you have a nice watch. If they care, they probably care for the wrong reasons. So it's best to just move as low key as possible. And while the opportunity is still available, to run it up as quick as possible and to snatch all the opportunity given. Don't try to flash. Don't try to brag. Just stay low key. And you can move your way up the rankings. And this is a really type of, this is
networking here is crucial. Like it's not, you know, people are can be known to be pretty friendly in Colombia. Some people are not so friendly, but if you could build connections, you could really move your way up the totem pole. So,
Yeah.
you know, that's that.
I met a woman a couple of months ago. A friend of mine introduced to a woman. Dude, she was in maybe like 42, 43. She dressed like a regular, just nice dress, but nothing spectacular about her. This woman owns 2 new car dealerships. Not used car dealerships, new car dealerships. You wouldn't have guessed that for $1 million. She was the sweetest, nice. She was attractive for a woman in her 40s. There was nothing jazzy about her. Nothing in her demeanor that says I own 2 car dealerships. There's just you would never think that she had that type of money. Even her daughter that was with her, just the sweetest, down to earth, just regular Colombiana. Nothing, you know, she was cute, but nothing out of her like, yes, my family got paper like that. They don't. They don't. And it's kind of funny that you say it. The higher up you go when it comes to connections of people with money, the more the truth that when I tell guys, all you need is a t-shirt, a button-down shirts, and polo shirts, and that's all Colombian men wear. That's basically your wardrobe, no matter what your income is in Colombia. It's just that maybe that button-down shirt may be custom made, or that t-shirt won't have Versace logos on it. It may be a black t-shirt, and that dude owns land up on land. Dude, I'm thinking I'm driving nice. Okay, I done paid $45,000. I got a $45,000 to $50,000 vehicle here in Colombia. I only paid $33,000 for. I'm good. And then I go to the coffee region, and I'm seeing Lexus trucks, and I'm seeing BMW trucks, Mercedes trucks. I'm talking about country boys that selling eggs, they're selling coffee, that owns acres upon acres upon acres. I'm looking at their girlfriends and their wives and their mistresses. I'm looking at how much it costs to take care of 1 horse, least long 3 horses, 4 horses. I'm like, these mamas got paper. Like I'm looking at livestock as if I was Abraham in the Bible, or as if I'm living in the Middle East. I'm like, you know what? If I get like five cows, and then if I get 3 goats and 25 chickens, I kid you not, you start to look at things that you never thought about, because the money doesn't show itself in Gucci bags and Fendi bags and all that. That's why I tell dudes all the time, you'll notice this. I know it's like this in Medellin, but in Cali, the hottest chicks are usually the mistresses. They're not usually the wives. The hottest chicks is usually somebody's side chick. And they have them chicks trained.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on that. I really can't say, but I could see that how that could be valid. But man, my phone's gonna die, and I want to, I'm train jiu-jitsu in the morning. I appreciate you having me on your channel. Hopefully, people got some value, and if anybody needs any contact, what I could do, I could send you my email, and they could just reach out to me, and I could share the contact for the Acciones and Valores investment account here in Colombia, and they can contact with the representative I use, and he can assist them in making an investment account. I'll actually share you my email, because I know you're going to put this in your Patreon, and then I can share my information and any resources I have that can help you or your audience out as well. I'd be happy to do that.
All right, cool. Definitely.
So thank you, man. I appreciate you very much. Appreciate you bringing me on, and I hope you guys have a good night.
All right, definitely. It's great to have you on here. The Giant Traveler. Shout out to you, brother. We look forward to you being on the channel once again soon.
Thank you, brother.
Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. I just dropped the link in the chat, so make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. We got 64 people in the building. Hey, that was great. I kid you not, because I'm gonna tell you something. You're not gonna find too many YouTubers that's gonna tell you step by step the details of purchasing real estate, and gonna tell you why you shouldn't purchase real estate. See, we did both. We gave you 2 episodes of step by step how to purchase real estate in Colombia. There's going to be more information put into the Patreon once I sit down with Felix, and we're going to walk through everything that he was talking about. So there's going to be more information that wasn't shared tonight. That's going into the Patreon with this video and the video from 2 days ago, and all the information from 2 days ago with all the realtors down here in Cali, as well as the realtors in Medellin and in all across Colombia. We're trying to help you guys have a easy transition when it comes to relocating to Colombia, whether you buy a piece of property or whether you're like, you know what, been there, done that in the United States. I don't think I want to buy a piece of property in Colombia. I think I just want to live out my years comfortably in a nice apartment. All that information we have available for guys in the Patreon. So I'm going to be working on that all weekend long, updating everything to the Patreon. But guys, you definitely want to the first thing that you want to do when you come to Colombia, your first year. I want to say this again. First thing you want to do is find out what city that you want to live in, whether it be Medellin, whether it be Bogota, whatever city that is. You want to find out what your first city is. The second thing that you want to do is find out what side of that city you want to live in. When it comes to your housing, first thing you want to do is get your Airbnb for 2 weeks to a month. I'm going to say that again, 2 weeks to a month when you first decide that you want to live here. That Airbnb host, if you like that spot, if you like that location, let that Airbnb host know and say, listen, how much would you charge me if I got this spot from you outside of Airbnb? That is very common. That is a very common conversation to have here in Colombia. He'll drop it down 100 or drop it down 150. In other words, for example, if you're paying $600 or $700 for that rented, really nice Airbnb that you're in, and that you talk to the host after a couple of weeks, listen, I like you, you like me. How much would you charge me for this spot? Instead of $700 a month through Airbnb, how much would you charge me directly? He might charge you $500 or $550 for that same spot. If he doesn't do it, you only were there a month, go to another Airbnb. And once you find one that you really like, tell him and say the same thing. Listen, how much would you charge me outside of Airbnb to be in this spot if I stay here 6 months to a year? Now you've got your furnished apartment, which was once your Airbnb. Keep your furnished apartment for at least 6 months to a year. Why, Andre? Because now you're going around. Now you got your spot. Now you're going around the city to see what area of the city is your best area. And you're going around to other cities in Colombia to see if those other cities are your best cities. Remember I said Medellin was my spot. Yeah, I ain't been in Medellin in 4 years. So all these other spots that yes, and I've been here for 6 years. Right? So trying to make sure I'm not freezing. So once you go to get your spot, get your Airbnb, you finally talk to an Airbnb host and he allows you to rent the spot for month to month outside of Airbnb. Now you want to look for your spot in that city or a new city if you find a new city. After you've looked for a new city or you found your spot, now it's time to look for an unfurnished apartment. You like, okay, I found my city. This is the one I'm going to be in. I'm a Cartagena man. I thought it was Cali, but I really like Cartagena, or I really like Barranquilla, or I like Santa Marta, whatever it is, or Medellin, or the coffee region, Pareda, Manizales, Armenia area, the country folk. Either way, you want to make sure that that's the spot that you want to be in for the least 5 years. I'm going to say this again. When looking for an unfurnished apartment, you want in that city, can you see yourself in that city for 5 years? If you can't see yourself in Cali, even though you're going to be visiting other countries and still traveling and all that stuff, but if you can't see Cali as your home base for 5 years, Cali might not be your home base. If you can't see yourself in Cartagena, you love Cartagena, the beach life, all the tourists. But if you can't see yourself living comfortably in Cartagena for at least 5 years, you might want to go look at another city in Colombia. You don't have to wait 5 years, but when you're making the decision to look for an unfurnished apartment in any city, put in your mind, I like this apartment. It's nice. It's on the side of town that I enjoy. But can I see myself living on this side of town if I had to for 5 years, or in this city for 5 years? If not, you might want to still examine another city or even another country. Now you've got just your unfurnished apartment. Now you can start buying furniture. Why? Because you know I can be in this city for at least 5 years. That's how I was with Cali. I didn't wait until 5 years came up. In my first time coming to Cali, after a couple of trips, I was like, you know what? I guess I don't like Medellin as much as I thought I did. And so what I ended up doing, I came to Cali because I knew that between all the cities that I'd visited, I could see myself in Cali for 5 years before I could see myself in Medellin for 5 years, before I could see myself in Bogota for 5 years, before I could see myself in Cartagena or any other region for 5 years. Now, do I visit all these other areas? Yes. But my back cave is Cali. That's how you want to do that. And then you, as you're doing this, you start the process of networking, like Felix. He just said he started his network. He made connections. He started telling people, let me take you out to lunch. Come on, I got a nice spot. Let me take you out to lunch. I want to pick your brain. Your Spanish is a little better. It ain't trashy like mine. And all of a sudden, you start networking and making connections. And you've got some major connections in your cell phone. Now it's time for you, if you want to buy a piece of property. But like some of you guys keep hitting me up, you want to come down immediately and buy a piece of property. I am letting you know that is a very, very bad move, because you'll come down to Cali and buy a piece of property, and then you'll find out that you are in love with Salvador, Brazil. And you like, man, why did I put that $150,000 on a piece of property in Cali, Colombia? And once I got to South America, I went to Brazil and I fell in love with the Black community in Salvador. It's little things like that you have to think about before purchasing a piece of property or even speaking to a realtor. So remember though, guys, do not forget that. Shout out to my man L. Grimmin in the building. Shout out to you being in the building, brother. Let me make sure I got everyone on cue. All right, shout out to you being in the building, brother. With the $5 super sticker, super chat. He says, a great live stream, Dre. Appreciate it. Now, I already knew that these two live streams would not get our largest audience. I wasn't expecting that. I wanted to make sure that I got all the information out to you guys that were here. Because like I said, tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I'm going to repeat this. If you want to download this recording, if you want to, I want to show you guys how to download a YouTube video. Okay, you ready? I want to show you guys how to download a YouTube video if you want to download it and keep it for yourself. Let's go here. A lot of guys don't know how to do this, but I'm about to hook you guys up. You want to download a video from YouTube. The reason why I say that, because at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, I'll be putting this video in private, and it'll be going directly to the Patreon. So all the knowledge and insight will be going to Patreon. Let's go here. Screen share. YouTube. Love Crossing Borders. Okay, so let's look at one of my videos. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Look, I don't know why I'm frozen or freezing. Oh, here we go. Okay, this is my video right here. Regular YouTube. I'm not in my account, any special account or anything, right? I don't know why it's going slow like that, but
Okay.
Take the bitch outside. Come on, motherfucker outside. Take it outside.
oh yeah, I remember this one.
Take it outside.
Mira, touch my cell phone, mira. Touch my cell phone.
Come on.
Touch my
Take,
cell
go
phone,
out.
the video.
You need to leave.
Touch my cell phone, touch my cell phone.
Take the pants off.
You used to do
Touch my
that.
cell phone. Touch my 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 cell phone.
Get it first. Get it
Touch my
first.
cell phone.
Get
Touch
up.
my cell phone. Touch my cell phone. Tito, touch my cell phone. Touch my cell phone.
Not good.
Touch my cell phone. Stop it.
Not good.
On my
In the
cell
elevator.
phone.
You done damaged the thing. Oh, man. Pull the laptop back. Here. Pull the laptop back. Right over here.
We all remember. This. This just happened a couple weeks ago with the guys in Cartagena. The dudes that look like they're my age or a little younger out there on some foolery in Cartagena.
Yes. Just break the fucking table.
Hey. They get a boy out there.
Damn, bro. This is what I be telling y'all about right here. The woman don't sing so many sausages. She don't sing sausages from Germany, France, Nigeria, from all over the world. She don't had the whole world. She don't had the whole wide world in her mouth and her JJ, literally. And dudes think you gonna take somebody out of their life and turn them into a wife. You out of your goddamn mind, bro. To all the future travelers that's planning on traveling or whatever, stop listening to these old heads. This video is a prime example of why you shouldn't listen to these old heads. Age don't mean shit. They old in age, but they lack wisdom. If I was their age and I'm going to Colombia like how they going, I wouldn't be messing with no 304 anyway. I would have a Colombian wife. I once talked shit about Andre Love crossing border one time, but at least the man went over there and got a wife. At least he out here making the passport bros look good. To all you future travelers, stop listening to these YouTube guys and shit. You see why you should listen to them. They leading y'all astray. They lead y'all to a burning house.
He's only here to use Obsidian to promote consultants. Believe me, you don't need no consultation, especially a $250 USD consultation to travel 3 days in Cartagena or Medellin. All of the Colombia-based channels on YouTube tell you everything you need to know for free. This is the message. This is a comment that was left on my channel yesterday. It's almost 24 hours old. And I want to thank the brother for leaving this message up there. Now I want to move to this notion that Andre of Love Crossing Borders is clout chasing. I want to get on that.
Who, me?
You know what I say to that response? Good. Good that he's turning up in every venue that he can that is run and operated by black men on social media to spread the news and the truth and the facts. He didn't say, bro, you got to be a passport, but I've never heard him say that. I've seen Andre around. I've never heard him say, you got to be a passport, bro. All he does is just show up and give the facts. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. I think that's the correct approach. It's for every man to decide for himself what he wants to do. That's his call. But you should know the facts from someone who actually lives over there, who has lived there for 5 years. I think 5 years is an adequate amount of time for pretty much anything. If you've been doing something for 5 years, I think you have a good degree of competence in that area. From a man who actually has a wife over there.
I once talked shit about Andre Love crossing border one time, but at least the man went over there and got a wife. And at least the man, at least he out here making the passport bros look good.
That's the voice of Andre from the Love Crossing Borders channel. And he's talking about his Colombian wife. Her goal is not to just spend the money they make, but to save the money where she has her talent.
Especially her business. I'm going to pause this for a sec because I really had no plans of playing this the whole time, but I'm going to let this ride. I just want to show you guys how to download this video that we're in right now after this live stream is over. But we're going to let this, I'm going to let this one ride for a minute, but I'm going to show you how to download a really simple way that most people don't know how to download a YouTube video. So let's go back to this video, just have some fun watching it for a second.
Skills, man. Since I've been here in Colombia the last 6 years, my wife has probably saved me having to pay other people to do certain things because my wife is a corporate accountant here. She's probably saved me at least $27,000 to $30,000 in having to pay other people to do certain things.
They're groomed to be a wife, and even if they're successful in their careers in business, that's a plus. But girl, you better still know how to cook, clean, sew, make a plate for your man, your father. Don't think that's because you got married, you can't still make a plate for your father when he comes over or whatever it may be. So like I tell people, I haven't made a plate for myself in 3 years.
Top of the show. 26 minutes, 39 seconds of that original video. Go and check it out.
And he's giving of his time and expertise as a brother with at least 5 years in country, boots on the ground experience.
We're going to stop right there because, like I said, my goal was not to show the video. My goal was to show you guys once we get done with this live stream, because like I mentioned, 10 o'clock in the morning, this live stream is going to be gone. So all the information and knowledge that was shared live, it'll be gone. So I'm going to show you guys how to download any YouTube video, but this one especially. If you're at home and you're like, I want to download and keep that video, I'll show you how to do it real quick. It's really simple. So let's go back here. And I'm not going to play this video any further. That wasn't my point. So you go to the YouTube video itself. In the URL of all YouTube videos, you usually see where it says www.youtube.com. All you need to do is remove the E, the B, and the U to where it says ut.com. You click on that. And you see how it changed? So now it's going to ask you, do you want to just download the audio, which is MP3, or you want to click over to MP4, the whole video? Once again, audio is MP3. It'll automatically go there for you. But you want to click over to MP4. This is all YouTube videos. Remove, once again, I'm going to go back. I'm going to show you how I did this, guys. Now I put that on pause. I go into the URL. I removed not the dot, but I removed the E, the B, and the U. You click on it. It changes. You don't just want the audio. You want the whole video with the audio. So change it over to MP4 and you push MP4. And it'll start the process. It's uploading to my videos right now. And it takes a few minutes to do that. So we're going to let that ride. That's exactly how you upload a YouTube video to your computer. Now I'm going to show
before
you
we
guys,
get started, I'm
going to show you guys how fast this was. How fast this process was. Watch this. Going to go into my video files. Give me a second, guys.
I got
See how fast
to go to a comment that, and it's been a while since I've done a.
Now this is playing not from YouTube, as you can tell. This is literally playing from my video files, the exact same video.
A listener's mailbag. It's been a while since I've done that, so let me go over there and get that, because I got to read to you what one of the listeners sent to me. And I want you to see this. So let me go ahead and share my screen so you can come and check it out with me. There it is on my screen right now. This comes.
Now, remember, once again, I said remove the E, the B, and the U when you're any YouTube video. If you guys wonder how I do all the videos when I'm doing Mostly Money, Love Crossing Borders, Andre Wallace TV, Travel Unravel, how do I get those videos from YouTube down into my my computer? That's all you got to do. That's it. And then once it starts showing itself as an MP3, MP3 is just audio. You don't want that. Click over to where it says MP4. It gives you audio and video. And this is how you end up with the full video.
Directly from the back office of my channel.
Let's go over here real quick.
What's up, guys?
You see that?
Got done my workout.
That's how I did.
I'll make a quick video on why buying property
was remove the E, the B, and the U of YouTube. And I was able to download Life with David's video into my computer, and I uploaded it right here on StreamYard. So yeah, that is a good tip. So all those little things that you don't think that us YouTubers know about, that we never tell you all about. There are a ton of things about YouTube that if you're not a YouTuber, you don't know. There's a lot of little things, a lot of little secrets, a lot of little things. Yeah, Jimmy. He said, okay, since you are showing people how to download your videos, I'm not a lawyer, Andre, but also mention to people, do not use your video for monetary. They can use my videos. I'm going to say that again. I'll put that out there right now. You can use as many Love Crossing Borders, Mostly Money, Andre Wallace TV, Travel Unraveled videos as you want. Download them. I'm not funny style like that. I'm like Kevin Samuels. Kevin just said at least ask for permission. I'm saying you ain't even got to ask me. I'm giving you permission right now, and you can use them to make money. Because most people that download videos from other people were using it to make money anyway. If you're making content as a YouTuber, if you're making content as a YouTuber, you're making money anyway. Yes. I think my videos are already on Common Creative. Common Creative on YouTube is when you put in a topic in YouTube. Let me show you guys what Common Creative is. This is the legal way of YouTube, or however you want to put it. But let me show you guys real quick what Common Creative is. Let me close that out. There we go. Okay. Let's go to screen share real quick. I guess we're having a YouTube seminar real quick. Okay. Now, you put in love crossing borders in your topic, or whatever topic it is. Let's put in football. Let's just put in football. And you want to use a video legally. Football highlights. Okay, we're going to football highlights. And you see all these. You will go, let me make sure you guys can see the screen. I'm going over here where it says filter. You click on filter. You guys see that? Common Creative. That means these are all the legal videos about any topic that a person can use. You click on that. Now, all of these are all the legal videos that can be used. All these highlights, ankle breaking, best ankle breaking part 3. Where that person just juked somebody. All of this is here. You could change it to where it says NFL football, then go back to Common Creative. You can go to Love Crossing Borders. I'm trying to see if I already got mine in Common Creative. If I don't, I'm going to change it. I have no problem with somebody actually making money off of Love Crossing Borders content. There we go. I'm Common Creative. Yep. Some of our old. Oh, I haven't changed our new channel to Common Creative. So our other channel, mostly money, as you can see, with some of the old Love Crossing Borders footage, is Common Creative. I need to change the new channel to Common Creative. The one that we're on right now. All of these, you notice they say mostly money right here. These are some of our old. Ooh, we were young and spry. That young couple. All these are Common Creative. I have no problem with another person using our content in a positive light. And for those that use our content in a negative light, I don't care. I don't live in the United States. You are not going to destroy our brand. If somebody sit back and say, let's put it like this. That's why Cat Williams could come at so many people, because he has so much of his content that's out there that the average person knows who Cat Williams is, and they're on Team Cat Williams. You got people that are fans of Kevin Hart that are on Team Cat Williams. You got Steve Harvey diehard fans that are on Team Cat Williams. You got people that are on a team, on the team of D.L. Hughley, that on Team Cat Williams. Cat Williams doesn't limit himself. So people have gotten to know him so much that when he's honest, it's not uncommon to see him being honest, because people are so used to seeing his brand out there with honesty. Same thing with our brand. If somebody was to take one of our videos and say, well, Andrea does this and that, most people who know us, because I'm always on everybody's channel and I'm always on everybody's live stream and I'm always on most people say, nah, bro, you lying. I've seen Andre and Andrea on everybody's show, doing interviews, doing live streams. If it ain't him by himself, it's him and his wife. Nah, bro, whatever comment you got to say. You heard what the one brother said. He said, one time I criticized Andre and Andrea, but at least that brother went out and got him a wife, and he's out there making the passport bros look good. I had never seen this young brother before. Shout out to him in his channel. But to be able to have put us in a position to where no matter if somebody uses our content or not, most of you guys will know when to call if it's truth, and most of you guys know when to call when it's BS. That's why I have no problem with anybody using our content. So any of you guys out there, if you're a YouTuber and you see any of our content that you want to, I want to clip that little part that Andre had. It might not even have us in it. It might be a video that we did that you might want to clip, just like the Cartagena scene that we just showed, where the dudes fighting a woman in Cartagena. Well, let me clip that part that Andre had. Clip it. Clip, man. I ain't funny style like that, man. It's money out here for all of us. It's too much money out here for all of us. Too much money. The first thing that Anton Daniels told me, he said, dude, Andre, he said, I saw the videos that you drop about me supporting the Passport Bro movement. He said, I give you, he said, you can take any of my content and you can use it. Use in, because he already knew I would never trash him or his brand or his people by whenever I did use his content. And Obsidian is the same way. Obsidian is like, Andre, you can use any of our content. Angry Man, I never have a problem with Angry Man. And Angry Man is just pure energy, because I would never disrespect any of his content. I never would be like, yes, now look at what Angry Man said. And there's no, I would never be that dude, ever. And so it is with our content. I have no problem if somebody wants to use our content. Any of you YouTubers that feel comfortable with using our content, never think. Now, this part is going to be clipped, and I'm going to be using this part. I'll showcase this part again. I never want anybody to feel uncomfortable and think that I'm one of those funny style brothers, man. We got enough funny style brothers on YouTube. I mean, some funny style dudes, man. I'm not one of them. I'm as down to earth now as I am in a t-shirt and some jeans as I am when I pick you guys up from the airport or we going out, hanging out and doing whatever. I'm the same dude. I'm the same East Side Detroit. I'm the same guy that read books. I'm the same 1/3 nerd. I'm the same guy. You will not find me when you meet me. He changed. He was different. No. So when I say get your money, guys, and you can use our content, use it. Get your paper. Get your paper. I ain't no hater like that, man. It's too much money. Man, I'm just looking at these white boys out here clipping each other's content, getting 1 million subscribers off each other. You think I'm going to tell another black man, you can't clip mine? I don't want you to get 1 million. No, the white brothers do it to each other. And they all end up with 5-6 million subscribers apiece. You think I'm gonna tell a brother he can't clip mine? Nah, that's all right. But what if he take it and he misuses it? Then most of you guys won't even believe it anyway, so he won't get any views anyway. I've had a few critics out there, but they never last. So you rarely hear about them. Why? Because everybody know, man, what you just said about Andre and Andrea, gone with that. Man, ain't nobody listening to you, man. Andre and Andrea don't even move like that, bro. Stop it, man. Stop it. So I never worry about, Black Nubian, that crabs in a barrel. And some of you guys have heard about crabs in a barrel. I had heard about it until I moved to Florida and I actually saw it. And in Florida, you get fresh crabs and they in a barrel. And nobody protecting these live crabs. You hear about the, crabs in the barrel, and you hear about it until you're in Baltimore or anywhere in Maryland or DC or in Florida, and you actually see crabs in a barrel or in a bucket. And they literally, as soon as one crab gets to the edge of the bucket to escape, the other crabs will literally grab him and pull him back down, trying to escape themselves. And you watch it. It's almost like you try not to stare. You like, that crab in the bucket thing is like for real. Like they pull each other down for real. He said, even if they misuse it, they're going to see what you're about anyway. That's true. Which is going to give you more attention. Was going to give more attention to your channel. You caught that? That's exactly how it is. So when dudes use my stuff in the algorithm says, yeah, let me once he get done with that video talking about Andre and Andrea, the next video up next will be an Andre and Andrea video. Even the algorithm will look out for you. Yeah, I never had any problem with that. Never had a problem with that. Most guys know us from other channels. Man, I saw you on Austin Highland. Oh, I saw you on Zoom to Thailand. I saw you on Ace Live. I saw you on, dude, it's all on purpose. I kid y'all not. YouTubers, I'm gonna tell y'all something. Stop using avatars. If you want your channel to blow up, I promise you. I've been on Obsidian, and especially in prayer, about this part. He says he's building a studio. Stop using avatars, especially if you're going to be on a panel with other people. Do you? I could easily say this. And using the avatars when you see a YouTuber and the whole screen is covered up and that you can hear their voice, but you can't see anything. And I'll give you a perfect example. Let me see if I could do this. That's avatar. You see how you can hear my voice, but then you see that photo of Andrea? Don't do that. Ever. Unless it's an emergency and you need to put your avatar up for a few minutes for an emergency. Don't ever do that. Why? There's a method to my madness. A lot of times I'll go on a live stream, it'll be 10 people. Sometimes even the host is using an avatar. And I will sit there and will be the only person that's there, clean cut, articulate, and the people can see. I will get 3 to 5 people reach out to me saying, Dre, I need to talk to you about something. Because they saw me. They didn't reach out to the person that was the persons whose channel I was on. They didn't reach out to the people who were the other avatars. The only face, the only feature they saw was me. YouTubers, if the only face that they see is yours, do not have an avatar. Secondly, never get on a panel full of fools. Never get on a panel full. I've had YouTubers say, I want to debate you. It'll never happen. First of all, I live in the States. I don't debate stateside. Secondly, I don't debate fools. So even if you live in Colombia, you're a fool to try to debate me. Why? Because I'll beat you in the debate? No, because we'll both look bad and I'm not foolish enough to look bad with you. You put on a thumbnail, debate between Andre of Love Crossing Borders and so and so and so and so. Our brand is big enough. Dudes gonna tune in. Your channel is gonna blow up with at least 3,000 more subscribers due to the fact that I was on it in the name of a debate. I'll never let you get that notoriety off of me. The Bible says even a fool looks wise when he keeps his mouth shut. So I keep my mouth shut. You'll never see me on a debate. I don't care if I'm in a panel of 10 dudes. When I see a panel of dudes and they cussing each other out and they're like, Negro, da, 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 and they cussing and fussing, and you'll never see me on those panels. No. Even when I go on Razor Ray panel, I'll say, Ray, I got 10 minutes. I've been on Razor Ray panel twice. I say I got 10 minutes. Everything shuts down. Ray will say, hey, Andre, talk. The whole 10 minutes is yours. And I'll talk. And I'll leave. And whatever comments the guys have to say after that, they can leave them. But Ray already know if Andre up here is important because Andre does not do these type of panels often. Never. If you're a content creator, never. I don't care if you want to go up there, you itching to say something. If you see the panel are all emotional men, you caught that? If you see the panel are emotional women, do not go on that panel. It will tarnish your brand. Because the two things that an emotional man, the one thing that an emotional man and an emotional women panel have in common, they'll do this. So what you're saying is, and no matter what you say, the next line is, so what you're saying is, come on, guys, all emotional men panels do this. Oh, Negro, so what you saying is, you didn't say anything like that, did you? All they had to do would keep the argument going is one person had to do, so what you saying is, you go on the female panel. So what you saying is, and now you take your time out to veer off course to explain, no, that's not what I was saying. What I mean is, never go on a panel of males or females when you see that it's an emotional atmosphere. If it's not logical, if it's not rational, don't go on that panel. And I know you might be antsy, and this might be your moment in time to help your YouTube channel blow up. No, it won't. I've never seen one YouTube channel blow up because we took our butt on a female emotional platform or a male emotional platform. Ever. I don't know anybody that ever blew up because there was emotions involved. Not one. I'm trying to think of it while I'm talking. Not one. Not one can sit back and say, yeah, I watched this one YouTube channel, and man, I had to subscribe. Why? Because they were all emotional. So if you're going to be there without an avatar, that means that you're on a panel of rational, logical thinkers. Even if everybody else has got avatars up. Don't ever go on a live stream with an avatar if you're a content creator. Now, if you're a regular person, hey, do what you're going to do. You can use an avatar or not. But if you're a YouTuber, and I see them freeze just a little bit, don't do that. He says a wise man said, don't argue with fools because people from a distance can't tell who is. Can't tell who is. And Jay-Z said it. That's true. Don't argue with a fool. That's what the Bible says. It basically lets you know in the Bible, it says he who argues with a fool is a fool or becomes a fool himself. Even a fool looks wise when he keeps his mouth shut. He said, I hate it when they do that. What I'm saying is exactly what I said. Please don't misinterpret. Actually, and they will do that. They will hear exactly what you said. For example, the ladies panel. Men want women that have tradition. So what you're saying is you want a slave. But I didn't say nothing about it. I haven't used that word. You sitting back thinking to yourself, I haven't used that word in 4 years. And I was reading a book about it. I was reading a novel about it. I haven't used that word in 4 years. What makes you think that I would? So you telling me that I don't have intellect enough to not choose an indentured servant as a wife? So what you're saying is there's something wrong with women in America. No, I'm not saying anything about black women in America. We're saying modern women. So what you're saying is, so as long as you're on those panels where women respond with that, you know that they come with that, well, what you're saying is behavior. I watched a guy today. He literally told women why men go on monk mode. You know what the women, all they got out of it was? So y'all would rather masturbate than be with a real woman. The brother said, I didn't say anything like that. He said, I'm saying that some men will rather rub one out than take you out on a date because it's less headache and he still got his money in his pocket and he can still focus on his goals and ain't got to worry about trying to convince you of anything. There's a time in life when men just go on monk mode. And some men would just rather rub one out than take you out. Because you are a headache. The you are a headache part, they didn't hear none of that. All they heard was men want to be on monk mode and rub one out. And I sat up there and I was like, I'm gonna wait and see if at least one of these women get it. This guy was on a panel of 8 women, him and another brother. The brother was the host. The other brother was a host. And he tried to bring rationality of what the other brother was saying about women. Examine yourself, because if men would rather go on monk mode to be with you, you have to ask yourself, what is it about you that so many men are going on monk mode? Them women didn't hear none of that. All they heard was rub one out. So what you saying is, you would never see me on a panel like that. A panel of emotional women will hurt your brand far more than help your brand. You will get off of that and you'll be scratching your head and be frustrated because you tried to bring rationality in an emotional situation. Same thing like I always say, I love my dog Razor Ray. I watch Razor Ray for entertainment. As soon as I get off this live stream, if Razor Ray's still on, I go directly to Razor Ray's. Why? Because I know I'm about to be entertained with a bunch of, and Ray, I'm gonna tell y'all something, how strategic Ray is. Half of the tomfoolery that takes place on his platform, he doesn't cause it, he doesn't instigate it. And if you ever notice anything about Razor Ray, he never gets into it. You can't find too much footage, if any footage, of Razor Ray in an argument with somebody, disrespecting somebody on a panel, talking down on somebody. There's not one, none. I can't think of one time where I just popped up on Razor Ray and he was in an argument, ever. Or he said something to stir the pot. Not one time. Now Razor will sit back and just let fools talk to fools. He'll give them a subject matter. Hey, is Cartagena the new Sosua? He'll give them a subject and let the fools talk while he's drinking beers. Strategic. While the rest of these fools on avatars, Ray sitting up there, he's rarely, if ever, you see Razor Ray on the avatar. He's usually in front of the camera. Doesn't matter if he's at home or if he's in a park. He just let the dudes be who they are, emotionalists. And everybody needs a platform. I'm going to say this again. Everybody needs a platform to just let it all out. And Ray says, hey, I know some emotionalists and they need to let it out too. So he let these dudes let all the emotion out on each other. They'll be cussing each other out at the top of their lungs. Ain't nobody. When was the last time you ever saw anybody on Razor Ray's cuss Razor Ray out? I'll wait. Never. And after they get done, they'll be like, great show, Razor, great show. Great show, Razor. Thank you for letting us come on your platform. Great show, Razor. Great show. He's doing it exactly like it needs to be done. Every group needs a platform. Us rational people and logical people need platforms, and emotional fools need platforms on YouTube. And Razor says, hey, I am not one to judge. Hey, if the emotional fools want to come on my platform, so be it. And there is nothing emotional, but you never see Razor raise his voice. If you ever noticed that, Razor Ray doesn't raise his voice for anything. This brother is extremely strategic. There is a method to his madness. And that's why I like watching Razor Ray, because I can watch a bunch of fools be emotional, cuss each other out, act like they remind me of dogs that, you know, you put the fence up and the dog, and as soon as you open the fence, the dogs get quiet. And then you close the fence and the dog's like, then you open the fence up. That's what Razor Ray audience remind me of. Like, they killers as long as they like cities and countries away from each other. I'll do this to you. I'll do that to you. But as soon as they will be face to face, ain't nobody busting a grave. Why? Not that they can't fight, but it's not worth it. And Ray will just sit back and just let the guys converse. But you will rarely see me on a platform of those particular type with those particular guys. And that's how it should be with you. And that's why, and I know I'm going a scenic route before I let you guys go. That's why any of you guys could use my content. Because my content, I try to set it up to where it won't disrespect you. And if you try to use our content to disrespect us, most people be like, gone with that, man. You know that ain't Andre and Andre. Stop it, bro. Razor Ray is the passport, bro. Maury and Jerry. Yes. Good call. Shout out to you with the $2. L Grim, absolutely. That's who Razor Ray is. Maury was a very even-keeled personality. Jerry Springer looked like he should have been a school teacher somewhere, a school principal at the most, school counselor at the least. Even-keeled personality. Made millions. Made millions. Yep, you called it. That's a good call. Razor Ray is the passport bro, Maury or Jerry Springer. That's a good description of a Razor. And that's not an insult. That's a compliment to him as being strategic. That's a compliment to him as a man and a strategist. Very strategic. He said women would say men need to be emotionally intelligent. That means having control over your emotions. And at the same time, they will sit up there, ask you to be emotionally intelligent without them being intelligent. I sit back and I see panels and I'm like, I see guys tell the A, B, C. Why should I take you to Ruth Chris, whatever that is in the States, for steak? When I don't know you, why should I pay $400 for a person I've never seen on this planet before? And instead of saying, you know what? And the guys will even ration. Listen, ladies, okay, here we go. If the shoe was on the other foot, do you think it would be fair for you to pay a $400 for a first date? And these women will come up with 10 reasons to not answer that question. Well, it depends on how attracted I am to you. It depends on what I'm looking for in the future. It depends on how much money I make. If I can afford the $400 meal. It depends on. So what you're trying to say is, yeah, you'll never see me on those panels. You will never, when you guys see me on Dennis Sperling, that's being strategic, because Dennis knows how to work and move his audience with the panel. The other thing that Dennis does is, for the most part, There is no avatars. You'll come up on this channel, show your face. Same thing Kevin did. Show it. Either I'm not going to have you on camera or you're going to show your face. It's those little things that bring about the success of your channel. But like I said, guys, downloading a video, that's the step to downloading any YouTube video. Just remove the just remove the E, the B, and the U. And then click on the MPF. And it'll download to your computer. I'll give you guys a secret hookup that most people don't know. He said, if it ain't Foxy Brown from the 90s, Foxy Brown was fine. She's still fine. I ain't even lie. She's still fine. From 90s Smooth with the ladies, I don't like watching it. I ain't mad at you. He said, we'll initially watch it. Shout out to Ozzy in the building. Shout out to you, brother. He said, I've seen a couple of dudes go there for the first time, trying to have a level-headed conversation, but get eaten up. Yep. He said, you are not the father. Yeah, I remember that. Them dudes and Mari don't get moved. None of that. Man, I remember this. Yeah. You know what? I don't even give my comment on that episode. That is probably, I have very few disappointed moments in YouTube. That's got to be at least that episode was at least in my top 3 most disappointing episodes that I've ever watched on YouTube. Easy, hands down, and both of them know it. And both of them have that, but you supposed to be my boy, didn't? But Dre, come on, you supposed to be. Both of you guys wrong. I said, I don't want to talk about it, man. Let me let that one go. I don't want to talk about what went on behind the scenes after that video, but I was extremely disappointed in those brothers. And they could say this stuff about me that they disappointed in. And I got a life full of disappointments. I'm not one of them dudes that you can say stuff about and I'm a break. I got life full of disappointments. That's why I'm one of them dudes that put my disappointments out there so nobody can come back later and say, did you know this about Andre? I'm one of them dudes that is about 12 episodes of just about all my major disappointments. So you ain't never got nothing. You ain't gonna never find out nothing new about Dre. It's out. You know, Andre was on. No, well, he talked about that already. Did you know Andre Mama was? Yeah, he talked about that too. Did you know Andre's friend? Yeah, he talked about all his friends from the past, and it ain't nothing that you dudes don't know about Andre. I kid y'all not. It's some personal stuff that's like everyday life that me and Andre have to ourselves. But as far as my past, you guys know just about most of the madness parts. So yeah. So when I can sit back and tell a dude, I'm disappointed in you. He can't say, well, Andre, I'm disappointed in you. For what? Stuff that everybody already know? I mean, like, seriously. Oh, I love it. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, sir. Anytime. You are not the father. I remember that, man. I thought I saw a question real quick. Let's see what my brother has to say. He said, what's up, man? Can you tell me the story of why you were locked up in the past? I've been saving this story for Kings and Dreams, man. I've been sitting on this story for about, it's got to be going on a year. I've been saving this story for Kings and Dreams. Or what? I'll give you a story of when, on the day I got locked up. How about I do that? Okay. Because I promised Kings and Dreams an interview, and I've got my photos of when I was in the feds, so you guys will know, hey, he was in the feds, like for real. So, but let me at least pull up at least one of the feds photos. I know you guys have, some of you guys have already seen one of my feds photos, but let me pull up these feds photos. But what ended up happening on the day that I got locked down, we're sitting up there watching Rap City. You just sitting there watching Rap City, and just like an earthquake. No. What happened is one of my boys saw something flash across the window because he was right by the window. And he said, he stood up, looked out the window, and his brother said, feds. Nobody believed him because he sat back. He said, it's so calm. Okay, did you guys? Okay, I know the feds kicked in the door, right? Conspiracy. Yeah, funny. Everybody got a joke now. Everybody got the feds jokes. Everybody got feds jokes now these days. Oh man, that's funny. Oh, that is funny. Oh, goodness gracious. 2 Chainz fed watching. Okay. Yeah, I got your boy. Them some good jokes. I'm done with y'all, man. I don't like y'all. I'm telling my story. Okay. Oh, man, I don't even know where I stopped, man. Oh, that's funny. Let's go. Let's see. I was trying to pull them some Fed pictures, but yes, I couldn't. Okay. Y'all got jokes. Y'all funny now. Kiki kaka. Y'all coming with the hilarity. Let me see if I can find some of these Fed photos. Am I going back there? Do I have it? Okay, let's see. Okay, let me know what the last thing that you guys heard. He said, you said the feds kicked in the door and then they, okay, so you guys didn't hear anything after that. Shout out to EK. Okay, here we go. I think for the 77 super chat. 777. Okay, East Cleveland. Dude, I got my state Hey, my state charges are from EC. I got state charges in Ohio, in East Cleveland, right off Euclid. I had some dudes working for me. Yeah. All my state cases are in Ohio. So, yeah, Ohio. Yeah, all my state cases in Ohio. And so, okay. So we're watching Rap City. Feds get ready to kick in the door. I throw the chick on my arm on the floor because I'm sitting down. She's sitting on my lap. I get up as if she wasn't even there. She don't know why I'm moving. That's how fast I'm moving, right? And so what ends up happening is, let me go down here. Let me see if I got some photos down here. And so what ends up happening, I'm running to the kitchen. Feds kick in the door. All them dudes is watching Rap City. They don't get a chance to move. I didn't realize that the federal agents were in the basement the whole morning. I'll say that again. They were in the basement the whole morning. So they had been waiting for the run upstairs, guys. Man, I got ready to jump out the window in the kitchen. All I saw was police dogs, and all of a sudden I heard one. I had kicked in the kitchen window. I'm about to jump out. The feds behind me. So I got like 3 federal officers right behind me, and I've got a federal officer and a police dog in front of me. And all I heard was a federal officer outside with the police dog. He said, "Son, don't do it. Don't do it, son." Because he knew if you jump out that window, I'm gonna have to blow your skull off. Don't do it, son. And I never forget that moment. I'll never forget that moment. He was like, "Don't do it." I'm standing on top of the kitchen sink, ready to jump out the window. And he like, "Don't do it, son. That's gonna be your mama gonna have a t-shirt. Don't do it, boy. Don't do it." And so obviously I didn't do it. So I lay down on the kitchen floor. They put all of us on the kitchen floor, everybody in the house. We don't think nobody know. You thinking that you the only one that knows what's going on in your house, right? Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody on there. Yeah, everybody's busy. Man, they took us outside. The whole neighborhood was outside. So we're looking like, oh, it's like that. It's like 3 media trucks out there and 3 media trucks and about 3 black vans, which are the feds, DEA, ATF. And who else was down there? The State Department was there. So they drug me out on the front porch, right? The first thing that they did, this is the funny part, they didn't even come in to arrest us first. The first thing that they did was they came in, kicked in the door, and grabbed every photo of anything that they could get. We didn't know that they were looking to take all those photos to court. Anybody that was in a photo with us was in that courtroom. Any photo. Didn't matter what photo it was. Any photo on that day, they snatching photos off the wall. That's your grandmama. They snatching photos off the wall. They snatching friends' photos, pastor, anybody that's a photo. They looking for nothing but photos. They got a team for photos. While the rest of the team trying to arrest us, the other part of the team collecting evidence. They all up in the safe. Because the snitch told him he has a safe upstairs, and inside the safe should be like these. And we laid down on the kitchen floor, smelling nothing but carpet and tile. The chick next to me, the chick that was in my lap, they had me on the kitchen floor facing her. She looking at me like, you mother, I can't believe you got me in this book. So she looking at me face to face with her arm behind her back. And she looking at me, and I'm looking at her like, you know, it was good while it lasted. what was I supposed to say? And so, like I said, they took me outside, put me on my knees on the front porch. And I remember one officer saying, son, you don't realize how much trouble. I'm talking junk. Man, y'all can't do it. This ain't gonna be now. I'll be out of jail tomorrow. This ain't nothing. Because I don't realize, because I done beat so many state cases in Cleveland, right? Some I beat, some I didn't. So I'm sitting up there handcuffed, and I'm talking big junk. I don't realize. He said, son, I'll never forget this. He said, son, and this was Indiana. This was in Indiana, just in case you guys were wondering. Indiana, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Shout out to the fort. He said, son, you don't realize how much trouble you in, do you? Oh, man, I beat this. This ain't nothing right here. He said, son, you looking at 135 years, son. You might as well say goodbye to air, okay? And I'll never forget that. He said, you might as well say goodbye to air. You looking at 135 years, son. You might as well say goodbye to air. And he walked away. I'm like, 100. I'm like, can I get parole? Can I get probation? I'm still a youth. I know I look 23, but I'm really 3. Yeah, my man said, man, you can say goodbye to fresh air, bro. You can say goodbye. You can say goodbye to air. Oh, you gonna breathe, but it won't be air. Not fresh air, not free air. You can say goodbye. You looking at 135. And he said it so, son, like an uncle, son, you don't know how much trouble you in, do you? You might as well say goodbye to air. You looking at 135 years. And he walked away. I was like, and I was like, man, listen. shout out to IQS in the building. And so what ended up happening is, you know, we went down to the police station, of course, and you still talking junk, and you don't realize you in the feds until I'm gonna tell you how you know you in the feds. When other people in the county jail start treating you different. You sitting up there, you looking at 135 years, and dudes that's doing state time for deleting 3 people looking at you like, Anytime you got serial deleters looking at you like you in trouble, that's when I knew I was in trouble. Not when the police officer said something, not when they kicked in the door, not when the girl I was with was looking at me like, you dirty mother, I can't stand you. None of that. I knew I was in trouble when serial deleters, when dudes that was in there for real state crimes was looking at me like, yeah, you ain't gonna see air no more, bro. And I'll never forget this. And I was talking to one dude, and he was like, man, you going to jail. He said, you going to prison. I said, man, I'm beat this. I got money. He said, I'm gonna tell you something, brother. And I never forgot this, and he ain't never lied. He told me, he said, feds don't waste no ink. And I said, feds don't waste no ink. Oh yeah, by the way, cologne of the night is the Imperium cologne. Imperium cologne. It's the clone of Elysium. Elysium is like about $150. Very expensive cologne, but very good. This is the cologne. It's like a 90% clone of the cologne, and this is like $40. So why spend $150 when you get 90%? So this one is, once again, Elysium cologne. It's Elysium cologne. So that's the cologne of the night. And And it's a grown man smelling cologne. It's not an oud wood cologne like some of my oud woods and leather colognes, but it's a grown man cologne, definitely. Okay. So I'm sitting up there and we're looking at Fed time. We got the mass murderers and all the mass rapists up in there. Anytime you got rapists looking at you like, you in trouble. You know you in trouble. That's when it hit me like, oh man, I'm in trouble for real. Oh man. Okay, yeah, I'm in trouble for real. So so we get off in there and I'm plotting. I'm like, who snitched? Who told? And will there be another snitch? Right? And so I sit back and I say, it was 3 of us. At the end of the day, 3 conspirators. Now, mind you how bad karma is. Mind you, I wish I had a drink right now. All my dastardly deeds were in Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago. My dastardly deeds were not in Indiana. I'll say that again. All my foolery were in Detroit, Chicago, and Cleveland. Let me pronounce it right. Cleveland. Because if you're from Cleveland, you know what I'm saying, right? Cleveland. Oh, yeah, IT. We could do another one. Oh, yeah, we could do another one. Yeah, just hit me up. We'll schedule it. Yeah, without a doubt, man. And so I'm in Cleveland, and I told myself, you know what? I'm done with this game. I want my thank you. You take the V out. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, not Cleveland. Nobody said no Cleveland. It's Cleveland. All right. and so yeah, you know, always got your back, IQ. And so so I'm in Cleveland. I'm acting. I got workers galore, and I'm spending so much money on keeping them. Dude, I'm spending more money on workers getting them out of jail than profit. I'm like, this is not worth it. I want a regular life. I'm going to. This is what my goal was. I'm going to school in Atlanta. I've been watching during my childhood A Different World. I'm going down to Atlanta to go to one of them schools, one of them black schools. Now, I didn't know about HBCU. I wasn't talking like that back then. I was like the black schools. I'm going down there to Atlanta. You know, TLC and all of them was popping back in the day. No, they weren't even around. Usher wasn't around. Hey, I'm going to tell y'all something. I don't think Usher, no, Usher hadn't dropped yet. When I went down, Boys to Men was on their first song. DJ Quick was on his first song. When I went in the Feds, Heavy D and Guy was singing. See what I'm saying? Remember the Heavy D and Guy songs? Remember when Motown Philly back again? Yeah, that's when I went down. When I came home, it was the block is hot. The block is hot. Like Cash Money Millionaires. Who are these young lads? I went in on DJ Quick and came out on Cash Money Millionaires. I ain't experienced none of that Tupac. Not one Pac song have I ever experienced. Yeah, all that Heavy D, that's when I went down. Yeah, Heavy D. I went down when Keith Sweat. I went down on Bobby Brown. Not down on Bobby Brown, but down during that era. Came home. I came home to Master P. See what I'm saying? I came home to Trick Daddy and Trina. Oh, now y'all see that gap, huh? Now y'all like, wait a minute, Heavy D, Trick Daddy. This dude was going like forever in a day, ever in a day. Yeah, I came home to No Limit. See what I'm saying? I think C Murder was still free when I came home. For real, I came home to Mystical. For real. I'm serious, seriously, man. I had to ask my brother, who's what's the music on the radio? Because I was so busy focusing on redefining who I was when I got out. I wasn't listening to music. I wasn't watching music videos. I would watch my sports, but I was so busy focusing on I'm listening and reading books by Brian Tracy, Zig Ziglar, Tony Robbins, Miles Monroe, Chuck Swindoll, did I say Les Brown already? Les Brown, John Maxwell. I ain't had no time to be listening to no music. I'm trying to find out about the 48 laws of power. I'm trying to get all that. I'm reading W.E. Du Bois' book. I'm reading J.A. Rogers books from Superman to Man. Og Mandingo, the world's greatest salesman. I'm reading Behold the Pale Horse. I ain't got no time to be listening to no damn Tupac. I'm trying to get Andre together so the Andre that came in was not the Andre that left out. And so that's what happened. So now you guys be sitting up there hear me talk about Feds like he got to be lying because he don't act like he ever been in jail. And that was my goal of redefinition. But let's go back. Karma. I tell myself I'm done selling. I sent one of my workers down to Atlanta. I say, here's a good 10, 15,000. Let's get an apartment. You and I, bruh, you my dude. Let's go to school. Oh, yeah, I went around for none of that. I think I came home to Nelly. Yeah, I came home to all that. And so he went down to Atlanta, got an apartment. He said, Dre got everything set up. You come on down, be ready to go to school. I had been through Indiana before, partying, having fun with my boys. But when I was down there before, I met, 3-6 Mafia, all that. Yep. I came home to UGK in Texas. I came home to them boys. Man, I came home to Jay-Z. Yep, I came home to Jay-Z. I mean, I'm gonna tell you something. In all sincerity, I didn't know. I knew who Pac was. I knew who Biggie was more than I knew who Pac was. I didn't know the impact that Pac had until he died, and all these grown dudes were in jail crying, and I still didn't know why they were crying. Man, they didn't kill Pac. They didn't kill Pac. No, they killed my dog. Man, they killed my dog. Man, they killed. And I'm walking past like, I'm a dead rapper. I mean, I went to jail when the only person in hip hop that got killed was Scott LaRock. Do your homework. BDP, KRS-One, Scott LaRock. Remember he got killed, the DJ, when he got deleted? That's the only person in hip hop that got deleted when I was around. I come home, it ain't nothing but bodies on bodies and bodies. So I go visit these dudes that were nerds working at KFC. That's what I knew these nerdy dudes for. I would stop at KFC. Remember KFC had the buttermilk biscuits back in the day? So Mix-a-Lot, them buttermilk biscuits. And you could go to Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC. just for the biscuits and some honey. It was so good. And it would be these nerdy dudes, these nerdy brothers that worked in the drive-thru, and I became cool with them. These dudes these just regular everyday working dudes, man. Bruh, I went back to go hang out with them dudes. Instead of just taking my butt straight to Atlanta, I go from East Cleveland to Fort Wayne, to the fort. I'm gonna stop, say what's up to my nerdy friends, and I'm gonna shoot down to the A. That's my plan. I get back to Fort. Now, Fort Wayne is not a big city anyway. It's not as big as Indianapolis. Shout out to the Nap Town. Nap Town is where Mike Tyson got arrested during the Black Expo. The SPO. If you're from Nap Town, you know the SPO, the Black Expo, the SPO. I'm in the fort. Come to find out that these dudes are the biggest dealers in the city. The two nerdy dudes that I met 3 or 4 years prior to that wouldn't hurt a fly. These dudes armed with everything. I'm there 2 weeks. Fed's been looking at them 2 years. I get 10 years for 2 weeks. I ain't sold nothing. My crimes were like I used to say. I say, I ain't raped that white girl next door because I was downtown breaking in the gold store. If you're going to arrest me for my crimes. Don't give me a 10-piece for, that's another thing that I had to get over. Bitterness, because I'm doing a 10-piece, not for my crimes. So I thought. But for another dude's crimes. Y'all been watching them for 2 years. You ain't been watching me for 2 years. We sit up there in court because we took it to court. And they're sitting up there like, in the year of our Lord, 1988, was Mr. Spence there during the, no, he wasn't there. In the year of our Lord, September 8, was Mr. Spence there? No, he wasn't there then. They went through 2 years of documents. My name was not to be pronounced at all. One day, the snitch just so happened to come and buy some weight, and I was sitting there. And so when they got to that date, well, when the weight was purchased, was Mr. Spence there? Yes, he was there just sitting there. But I think he was strapped. And so they pull out this piece of artillery. And I'm going to put it, this is Exhibit Q, Your Honor. Sawed off at the tip. And here is the ammo. I recognize that artillery, but it wasn't me and it wasn't mine. And the judge turned to the snitch and said, do you recognize this? Did you see this? And the only fortunate thing that kept me from getting that 100+ years was the snitch saying, I never saw that. And he said, are you sure? He said, no, I never saw that. He said, I heard them say that it's up under a blanket, but I never saw. That's what kept me from the 133 years. What got me the 10-piece in a biscuit, now the nerdy dudes, they got 3 and 5 years. They nerdy dudes. Biggest dealers in the city, they get 3 to 5 years. But me, for their crimes of 2 years, 3, 4 years, me, Mr. Want to get locked down all the time in the States? Oh, yeah, you got a record, bruh. let's go ahead and use that record from Cleveland and the times you got locked up in the D and all that foolishness you was doing in the Shy. Then let that out. Let's put all that karma in one little pile and let's put it together and let's give you a 10-piece. Let's use this sentencing guidelines, because if you don't know anything about the feds, they have a sentencing guidelines. That means that all the numbers, the months that you're going to get is on this side. How much crimes you ever committed is on this side. So if you're on remember I said this is the time, a year. No, don't talk in years. 12 to 24 months. 24 to 36 months. 36 to 72 months, and so forth, right? And then you slide over one. It's just like this in their guidebook. And so so to go over one because you committed crimes before, then you instead of looking at right here where it says 7 to 12 months, you're like 12 to 36 months. So we'll sentence you in here. Okay. You ain't never did nothing before, you on this side. If you did one crime before, you in this. But what about dudes like me? I'm all over here. You got me? I got all them state crimes. They didn't drop it all the way down. Oh yeah, you about to get 120 months. Rat it out. Go ahead, do this 120 months on your head, son. Not because of any crime that I committed, but because karma came back. Not because of crime, but because of karma. It all came back. So the dudes that were committed the crime, they got 3 to 5. They at home with strippers. Me, I'm still doing a bit and reading books. And I told myself I'd never go back to jail. This ain't gonna happen. So the only way, and I'll never forget, I read the statistic that 85% of all men that ever get incarcerated will come back within 5 years. I'll say that again. And that stat still holds true today. 85% of all men that have ever been incarcerated usually go back in the that's what they said, the recidivism rate or the return rate. The recidivism rate is 85%. And when they say the feds don't waste no ink, they mean that when the feds print an indictment, the ink, oh, you going to jail. Oh, ain't the feds and states is different. When the feds print, you going to jail. Fed has a 95% conviction rate. I'll say that again. The federal government has a 95% conviction rate. When they print that ink and it has indictment, feds don't waste no ink, bruh. Feds they don't waste no ink. If you see any of your favorite entertainers with a federal charge, you might as well say, I'm gonna listen to his old albums, because ain't no new albums gonna ever come out in the next few years. Feds do not waste no ink. None. Nada. Feds don't waste ink on your mama. They don't waste, if they want to get you locked up, because what they were doing is, he said 95% bed private institutions for the money making machine. Oh yes. Oh yeah. That's what they like. Most people get incarcerated not because of crimes, because they need bodies to do a lot of the labor that you guys don't know what goes on behind the scenes. These headphones, I wouldn't be surprised if they were made by someone that was incarcerated. This pen, I would not be surprised. Certain foods that are in your refrigerator in the States that you get at Walmart, I would not be surprised if those weren't federal prisoners that actually packaged that. In some cases, raised the fish. My bad. In many cases, I would not be, dude, it will amaze you how many farms they got around federal prisoners. A lot of you guys, your Walmart watermelons, prisoners from the feds. carrots, tomatoes, but dude, you swear that this was the color purple. That's just one of their industries. Man, it is crazy. They literally have industries set up around the prison. Like this one is is industrial, and you can make underwear in that one. That one over there, you work, and we talk about we just talking about one Fed prison. You go over there, you work for Unicore, and you make your mattresses, and you make your women underwear. You go over in that building, you work in customer service. You guys do not know many of your customer service agents are people, men and women, that are federal prisoners right now. Don't you dare think. Don't you dare think. Yeah, that's a topic for another day. Don't you dare sit back and think that okay. Have you noticed over the last 10 years, when you used to call customer service before, everybody had a Middle Eastern accent? I'll say that again. Had you noticed that when it came to customer service about a good 5-10 years ago, when you called, it was somebody with a Middle Eastern accent? Remember that? All of a sudden, over the last 7 to 10 years, customer service has the most perfect English that you ever heard. Because they realized they thought it was cheap doing outsourcing the customer service to Cebu, Philippines, or to the Middle East, Pakistan. And then they realized all these federal prisoners we got, all we got to do is take the ones that are articulate and put them to work. And it's even cheaper than the labor that we will pay for outsourcing. So a lot of your customer service in the States are federal prisoners. That will amaze you. Yeah. I kid you not. But I haven't even told you guys the bulk of the story, but that's the story from the moment of the day that it happened all the way through. All the way through. And I can say this, my probation officer, you meet your probation officer from the time you get, you've been found guilty, you get sentenced. And my probation officer gave me the best advice. He said, the hard part is over. I hadn't done any of my sentencing. I mean, like, what do you mean? I got 10 years to go. The hard part is over. And he said, Andre, I'm telling you, the hard part is over. All the going to court, the stress of dealing with the courts, the waiting to be sentenced, the what's going to happen. He said, I'm telling you, once you get into the prison and you get your routine and you get your life, your time is going to start going and it'll go by fast. He said, the hard part is over. And I'm like, man, you crazy. He was right. Once I got to somebody's compound is the prison. That's what you call a compound, a federal compound. Once I got to the compound and I was there for a couple of days in the old, I never forget this. Some old dudes came up to me, some old brothers, we about to play some spades and dominoes. And they were like, young dude, how much time you got? I think I told this story before. He said, how much time you got? I said, man, I got 10. Because, in the feds, you don't talk about your time. But, I became cool with him after a few weeks. And I was like, I got 10 years, man. I got 10 years, man. I'm about to do 10 years of my life is gone. 10 years. I'm sitting up there with my spades cards. I got 10 years. Yeah. Like I'm saying something big like, yeah, bow down to me. Y'all don't understand what doing time is. I got 10 years. Y'all don't understand what 10 years is as a man of my youth with no kids. I got 10 years. I mean, I'm laying it on thick, right? Them old dudes look at me and they look at each other and say, man, this man about to go home. I said, man, brother, I say I got 10 years, not 10 days. And the other brother said, he is about to go home, ain't he? And I'm like, Did you mother? Now I'm kind of like perturbed. Man, did you brothers not hear what I said? I got a 10-piece and a biscuit, probation. I got a 10-piece and a biscuit. 10 years in the feds, 5 years probation. I got a 10-piece and a biscuit. Y'all don't realize what I got going. Until them dudes start telling me their numbers. And once I start hearing the numbers that those dudes were dealing with, and them dudes will never see air again. Like we say in the feds, them dudes doing all day. Once I realized that I wasn't doing all day and my little 10 years was nothing compared to that, man, you never heard me say nothing. From that moment on, I just did my bit and did what I could do to make my life better. I kid you not. That's exactly what I did. I'll never forget that moment. We're sitting up there playing spades and playing cards. And when that old dude told me, he said, man, he going home. I'm like, man, I'm just getting here. What are you talking about? I'm going home. I got 10 years, not 10 days. And old dude told me, and another old dude said the same thing to me. And he said, and they were basically telling me, don't tell nobody your time again. I thought my little 10 years was something major. They was like, your time is so short that somebody will fight you to cause you to get more time. Because your time, your little 10-year piece is nothing. That's minute. And they laughed at me. Rashad, man, they laughed at your boy, man. They did. They did, man. They looked at me like I was crazy. Like, what? Yo, sit your little young scrawny tail down somewhere, man. And they told me to sit my butt down somewhere, man. I kid you not. And I never mentioned my time again. Because I'm looking at dudes looking at 64, 24, 35, 72, double lives. And the only reason I was in there because during the amount of time that I was doing was because of the crime that I committed, because of the karma of my state time. And I'm still on state paper. Mind you. Right. Mind you, I'm still on paper in Detroit and in Cleveland. Once they find out, that's 5 years on top of that. Detroit, oh yeah, you owe us a 3-piece soon as you get out. So I got 5 looking at me from Cleveland, and I got 3 from Detroit. They ran my time wild because they didn't know, the feds ain't looking at, they don't care about your state time. You handle that. But then I kid y'all not, once I got ready to get out, it's like the last year, I found out that you could write your state judge and you could get the time kind of like blended in with the time that you already did with the feds. And so I wrote each judge and I told them my story, how I changed and became a different person, so forth and so forth. And could you run my time, my state time, concurrent with my federal time, which was, it was almost like my time in the States just kind of like blended in to the years that I already done in the feds. And the states said, yeah. And that's why I didn't have to do extra time getting out, because they were, it was dudes. It was dudes that were scheduled to get out of the feds that day, and you got state police officers waiting right there. Yeah, come along with us. Yeah, you got 4 more states. Or I met dudes that finished off their state time, and the feds was waiting for them at the front gate to bring them to do fed time. I met a couple of them dudes. Shout out to them dudes in Alabama. I met a dude. You know when, come on, Alabama. Come on, Alabama, talk to me. I never seen this before, and I put this on y'all. You know, like when you see back in the day when white dudes used to wear the black face, and they put the white lips and have it all full and everything. And I didn't understand that. I thought, like, man, they just mocking us, and ain't nobody lips looking like bruh. Until I started meeting them dudes from Alabama. They had did Alabama time, chain gang time. And they started showing me photos of them when they were in Alabama correctional facilities. You are dark as can be. And because of the lack of the amount of water that you should have, your lips as a person, a black person, becomes super light and crusty. And these dudes will show me you swear these were photos from 1812. And these were photos that the brothers had taken 2 weeks prior to coming to the feds. Kid you not, man. I had never seen that before. I was like, what? Never saw a redneck before till I got in the feds. Bruh, when they shipped us out to El Reno, Oklahoma, shout out to El Reno, what's the gang that's out there? The Mexican Mafia, and there's another one out there that you do not want to toy with. Mexican Mafia, and there's a Latin one, like a Native American gang out there in the feds. Well, El Reno, Oklahoma. I heard my mama use the term in a racial way. And I heard other guys use the term in a racial way, like those Latin kings. Yep, Latin kings out there. Thanks for letting me. Yep. And so what ended up happening was, you hear back in the day, you hear black people say, them rednecks, da-da-da. And you kind of like, okay, yeah, them rednecks. But you ain't never really seen a redneck, right? Bruh, I went to El Reno as soon as we stepped off the plane. Now, mind you, this is the first time I have ever ridden an airplane. I'm going to say this again. They locked me up at 23. This is the first time I ever, black box. I already told some of you guys about the black box. They take a black box. Perfect. They take a black box, not just regular handcuffs. There's a black box that is like this, and it's got a circle on this side and a circle handcuffs on that side. And they lock you up like this. And so you connect it by a black box. So the circle side are the cuffs. So you're on an airplane. 4 o'clock in the morning. You don't land until 9:30 or whatever it may be. You get off the plane, you in El Reno, Oklahoma, with them Oklahoma boys. And them boys serious. And you don't see nothing but rednecks. White faces, white skins. White hands, white elbows and everything else. But their necks, their necks. They ain't nothing but rednecks. And all of a sudden you start to realize everything that your mama and them from Tennessee and from Alabama, everything that they were telling was the truth. So there are such thing as rednecks. And it's not just the redneck white boys with a pickup truck. No, it's white people in the world that they don't get a tan nowhere else except their neck. Now you understood what they call them woodpecker woods. Like a woodpecker, red around it. I get it, mama. Mama, I got it. It took me being locked up in the feds on the airplane, but I got it. Yeah, man, I kid you not. Kid you not. Some dudes not only had the black box like I had the black box. So I'm locked up in the black box. And it was a little wider, just a little wide. It was a little wider than this. So it's like this wide, but you kind of, like I said, it's got a handcuff right here and a handcuff right there. And the way they opened it was they opened up the black box. And when you're about to board the plane, it's police everywhere, armed to the T, all up in the woods. You got snipers everywhere. It is 4 o'clock in the morning, and it ain't nothing but military and artillery awake. And we used to think, yeah, that's just in case one of us try to run off, even though we got shackles on, scraping through your ankles. If you ever want to feel something, dude, I don't know how to listen. I'd have had to be a runaway slave, because I'm going to tell you something. Those ankles, those shackles on your ankles, bruh, handcuffs ain't got nothing. Because you got, I don't know, man, not having no meat on your ankles. Man, I let me see if I can still find that photo. I kid you not, man. Goodness gracious. I could not do it. But then you find out that they didn't have that artillery out there because of us. They had all that artillery out there because there were guys that were prisoners with us that were snitches, that could have become snitches, dudes that were of different cartels from around the world, and you didn't realize that there were people that were looking to execute these people and will execute you in order to execute those people. So the federal officers weren't out there to keep you from running away. They were actually out there to protect you from getting your head blown off, because somebody was that big of a deal that some people wanted to take that person out, and they had no problem with dropping a bomb on a plane in order to take you out, to take that person out. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. It was crazy. I'm still trying to find these Fed photos. At least one of them. Because yeah, man, that was a time in my life yeah. I just so glad that I took time out to just spending that time developing who I was. I wasn't gambling. I wasn't playing cards. I wasn't hanging out on the basketball court. I was good in football, but I wasn't as good at these Florida boys in football. Goodness gracious. If you ever want to see some dudes that can play football, even in the feds, them Florida boys, them Georgia boys, goodness gracious, them country boys, them boys could play football. Like, man, the fastest dudes I've ever seen in my life running up and down the football field with dudes in the feds. Man, I'm in there with Art Schleister. My bunkie was Art Schleister. Remember Art Schleister was a quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts, and he got locked down for gambling. Art Schleister was a quarterback for the Colts, got locked down for his gambling addiction. He was my bunkie. He was my roommate, white dude. And he got locked down in the feds for his gambling addiction. He was gambling on NFL games. Oh, I found one of my photos. I showed you guys this photo a couple of days. I'm trying to see if I can find the other one. But I do have one that I do have one. Let me see if I can find the other one. But yeah, man, I kid y'all not. Yeah, so Art was good people, man. Once he was away from gambling, he was good people. I was in there with a lot of actors, a lot of politicians, a lot of famous singers. Man, there's a lot of people that owe back taxes in the Fed. So, hey, yeah, I'm just putting it out there. So yeah, man, I kid y'all not, man. I remember that moment in time. Let me see if I can find at least one of these photos. At least one of these photos. I've scrolled all the way back to 2018 because I know I got some photos in my archives. some Fed photos in my archives that I kept. But yeah, this was definitely story time. You know, I get sometimes, guys, late at night, I bring out the story time. But yeah, definitely, it was not easy. But I learned my lesson, and I moved on. I learned my lesson. I moved on. I wasn't spending my time just, trying to find because a lot of dudes will go in the feds and make connects. Oh yeah, I got this Colombian connect. I got this connect in Japan. I got this connect. So a lot of dudes will go in the feds and come out even worse because they got a connect now. I'm like, dude, your connect is in jail with us. So how can he be a connect? If your connect can't stay out of jail, how is it that I'm like, bruh, I'm just putting it out there. Oh man, I got a good photo. This is a photo of me and when your boy first came to Cali, his first week at Cali, Colombia. Not me. Y'all other boy. My homeboy. First week in Cali, Colombia. Look how young Ace is. Ooh. Ace looking young, boy. Boy, and small. Yeah, that building behind Ace is right around the corner, right there, right around the corner. Ace was looking young, looking like a youngster. Let me see what else I can find. Let me see if I can find that. I just had the Fed photo too. I had scrolled past it. Let me scroll back down. I think I see it. Yeah, but that earthquake today was no joke. February. I just saw the Fed photo. I should have just clicked on that one and not try to look for others. Oh, there we go. There we go. Look at your boy. So youthful. So young and spry at 23. Not realizing I had so much time that I had thrown away 10 years. $23. Yeah, Ace looks 75 pounds lighter. Yeah, he did. Yeah. No comment. No comment, I tell you. He said, hey, Andre, you just going to ignore 90s music? I kid you not. I didn't ignore 90s music. I just didn't listen too much of it. I was reading at that time period. I had a choice. Pretend like I wasn't. Yeah, I was 23 at this stage. I just got locked down. Y'all can see me in my famous federal beige outfit. I got a couple other photos in here, but I can't find them. Your boy was young and spry. Yeah, that's me, Frank. That's your boy. At 23. Kid you not, man. Still with the baby ears. Ears haven't grown since I was 3. Shout out to my man Jay Fleming. Make sure you drop your channel, Jay. Oh, let's go back to the super chats. Shout out to you guys. $5 super chat. Simon Man, EKL and EKNL. He says, "Yeah, Andre, let me pay you $5 on that Lunix, that loons to listen to." Let me write that down. You guys are making suggestions. Okay. There's some good 90s music and R&B. I had to catch up on all that like after I got out, man. It's kind of like my music selection is stuck in the 70s and 80s. Like, give me some Johnson, some Brothers Johnson. See what I'm saying? Strawberry Letter 22. See what I'm saying? I was just some Angela Winbush the other day. See what I'm saying? Angel, Smile. You see, I'm still on Patrice Russian, Forget Me Nots. See what I'm saying? Support Black Male Media in the building. Once again, IQS, shout out to you, brother. He said the feds kicked in the door, and then, okay, I got to that part. I think I'm beyond that. I think I'm beyond that one, brothers. Tribe Called Quest, all that came after. All that came. Wait a minute. No. I was around for De La Soul, and I was around for the first Tribe Called Quest album. I left my wallet in El Segundo. Father MC had just premiered Jodeci. Treat them like they want to be treated. You should treat them. Right, I'm a spinners man. See what I'm saying? Give me that era. I kid you not. Yep. You said Camp Low? I don't remember Camp Low. Yuck Mouth? Yep. I remember Yuck Mouth without a doubt. I was a hyphy head back in the day. I ain't get none of that. That whole Wu-Tang right over my head. Cypress Hill right over my head. Isaac Hayes, yep. Yeah, all that 90s and early 2000s, I was oblivious to. Mobb Deep, none of that Mobb. I couldn't tell you a Mobb Deep song. I've heard of Mobb Deep songs. I could say, oh yeah, I know that song, but I couldn't tell you. Outkast, the early Outkast, no. The Outkast, once they really went mainstream, yes. But Outkast, when they first really came out, the real Outkast that everybody fell in love with, no, I wasn't around for that. Yeah, I missed a lot. I missed all of Pac and all of Biggie, all of it. I wasn't out for not one of the Outkast, Cream, Get the Money, all that, none of that. I wasn't around for none of that. All that makes people celebrate these groups. I wasn't around for it. Come on, yeah. Jeffrey Osborne and LTD, yes, sir. Yeah, I wasn't around for the Fugees. Wait a minute. I was around for the Fugees. I think I heard it. Yeah, I was around for the Fugees. Oh, was I around for none? I mean, I listen. Here's a part. The last few years, it kind of blurs out. My last few years in the feds, like, was I free for that? Was I locked down for that? Like Naughty by Nature. I know Naughty by Nature, but I don't know if I was free or if I was locked down for them. I mean, I've seen them in concert before, things like that. Come on, Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Let me see if I got some Harold Melvin for you.
Now water can flow.
No, that's not what I'm looking for. That's Bruce Lee.
Be water, my friend.
Here's the Harold Melvin and Blue Notes. Oh yeah, the Philly sound, that Philly sound, that Teddy Pendergrass with the Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes. You say 90s till about 2003. Yeah, was the best age, and I literally missed all of that. One of the things that I do, that I have, one of the battles that I have psychologically, I battle trying not to keep up with the years I missed out. I missed out on Big L, yes. I try not to battle. That's my psychological battle. I always feel like I'm going through FOMO every day. Every day. That's why my attitude doesn't change. That's why I don't let things get to me. That's why I stay positive. That's why, because I'm always on the chase mode. I feel like I should have accomplished all that I'm accomplishing now at 35. At 35, you were just getting out of the feds. So I'm always on chase mode. You notice that I got married and I'm stable later in life. I'm happy later in life. I got peace later in life. Establishing a stable business later in life, even though I've had businesses before. I'm always on FOMO mode because I lost that 10 years. So everything that I could have accomplished between 25 and 35, I'm doing it now in my 50s. That's why I enjoy my 50s so much. I was out in the beginning for Digital Nomad. I'm Digital Nomad, but Digital Underground, when they were doing Humpty Hump and everything. But I was locked down when they were like, kiss you and I'll kiss you back. Hug you and I'll hug you back. No, I wasn't. Onyx, I was in the feds for Onyx. Lost Boys. I was I free? Anything from 89, because I got locked up in 89, came out in 99, but life didn't get clear till like 2003, 2004. So really between 89 and 2004, music, no Goody Mob. All these videos, all this music, I'm behind. I'm behind. When you guys can sit back and celebrate, I'm locked down when the Roots were at their peak. When the Roots were like Emmy, the Grammy winning Roots. I got on the Roots when they were like the mature men Roots. You guys were on the Roots when they were the Grammy winning performers Roots. I wasn't around for that. Yeah, it doesn't hold me down. It doesn't psychologically hold me down, but I do battle it. I do find myself battling that part of FOMO. I give a perfect example. Like when me and Felix were talking earlier today on the live stream, and he was like, I'm about to go to sleep. And I was like, I might go out salsa dancing. But I was like, the house is quiet. I can go in the bed, go take a shower, go to bed, and have a really good night's sleep. My first thought was FOMO. Go out salsa. Why? I didn't get that chance to go out and do that in my 20s. Now, I'm not a clubaholic, don't get me wrong. But the fact that I thought about that going out by myself and none of you guys are in town to go out with, is just that FOMO. It's just that I'm always going through FOMO. Let me travel here. Let me go there. Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me do that FOMO, because I missed so much. Like I should have been a passport bro really at like 29, 26. Now I'm doing it at like 50. But I love it like I'm 29 or 26. Don't get it twisted. But yeah, there's a part of being incarcerated that'll always be with you. They already told me when I got locked down. Check it out, Forever. When I got locked down, come back to your comment. They told me you'll never forget your Fed number. Son, these are numbers you'll never forget. He ain't lying. I got out at 50. I got out at 33 years old. 56 going on 57 years old this year. 03081027. See how fast I can say that? 03081. And based on what state that you're from, 027. 027 is federal incarceration number for those from the state of Indiana. 03081027. They were right. You would never forget that number, son. And you don't have to try. He said, did you do time in the military? No, mine was outside the military. I know Guapo talked about his time in the military, but mine was outside of the military. Hey, I'm gonna tell you something. It's the same federal penitentiaries. I was there when John Gotti came through. I was in Indiana when John Gotti came through. So I was there when Gotti got there. And he was on his way to the Supermax in Colorado. That was crazy. That was a crazy time. Helicopters everywhere like flies, man. John Gotti, boy, yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. He said, you made it. I know, right? Yeah. We also can help you fill in the middle. I appreciate that. Because I see you guys, the big timers. I wasn't around for that. The funny part is that and my first exposure to Colombian cartel, I used to hang out with one of the guys. I didn't know if it was Cali, Medellin, or Bogota cartel. I used to hang out with one of the guys. He was older. He had bodies on bodies on bodies. And he was in the feds. And he had to pay $3 million to get 30 years. I'm going to say that again. This dude, at that time period in the 90s, my bad. He had to pay $3 million just to get 30 years. And he was already an older dude. He said, this is important culturally, especially when you listen to why we want to move to Colombia. Yeah. Shout out to you guys. Man, my life is blessed, definitely. My life is definitely, I have no complaints. I have no animosity, no anger. Not one family member came to visit me. No, I can't say that. When I was in Milan, Michigan Federal Penitentiary is right outside of Ann Arbor, Michigan, and it may be a half an hour from Detroit. And my aunt and my two older cousins, shout out to Peaches and Mike, they came and visited me. My mom never came. My sister never came. Grandma never came. I ain't tripping on that. It's kind of funny. I wasn't even tripping on people visiting me in the feds. Like some dudes, they family was there every weekend religiously. No matter where you went, there were people that they had their wife and their girlfriend or family member or their mama there religiously. Oh, yeah, I was in Pennsylvania too, Allentown. I was in Allentown, Pennsylvania, up in the mountains. Did you receive, after I came home, I got therapy. Yep, that's one of the reasons why it was so easy for me to get therapy, because I was going through so much FOMO at one point in time. FOMO was messing up my life. Because FOMO had me out here just smashing every chick. I missed out on all this good coochie. I'm going to get back. And I was just out here just throwing away time, not acting like I got some sense. Shout out to you, Frank. Thanks for serving, brother. Acting like I got these sense. And I'm out there just slanging. It's a wonder I ain't got no kids running around. in the name of FOMO. FOMO had me, I had a squirrel farm. You guys always hear me talk about squirrel farming. That was me. Squirrel farming is where you chasing this and you chasing that. Oh, I want to go in this business. No, I'm gonna go in that business. No, that business. No, I'm gonna go in this. So you're chasing squirrels. So now, and then you end up with a squirrel farm. And that was me. I was a squirrel farmer. Jack of all trades, master of none. Now the rest of the quote is always better than the master of one. But I was a master of none. Nothing. I'm chasing I'm gonna do this. No, I'm gonna start this business. No, I'm gonna do this. No, I'm gonna work for this company. No, I'm so busy chasing squirrels. I kid you not. And you going through FOMO and at the same time chasing squirrels and chasing chicks, not a good combination. Not a good combination. He said kids in another country, not allowed. It might be. No, man, ain't nobody came out and said, use the pappy. Ask that baby's pappy. Nobody said that to me. No coochie for 10 years. That's why it's so easy for when I went on monk mode before I moved to Colombia. That's one of the reasons why it was so easy. I was like, I did 10 years on monk mode. Doing another year on monk mode, this is nothing. That's another reason why I could come to Colombia and not chase coochie, because I'm like, you cool. I've been there before. Because I've been on monk mode before. Yep. I done been on. That's country as can be. That's the southern part of my family coming out. I done been on monk mode. I've been on monk mode before. Yeah. Definitely. But yeah, I really don't sweat it. I tell you guys the story, but it's not something that kind of like haunts my life. Because if it did, man, if I allowed my past to haunt me, I'd still be in the feds. I mean, I'd still be in the States. He said the kids comment was for me. Okay, that was for you. All right, bro. That's funny. He said, but I want to go to Barranquilla and settle down. Like I kept saying, yeah, man, I kid you not, brother. That's another reason why I sit my butt down somewhere. Because I'm like, man, listen, I'm good. This probably when I tell people this, my 50s are the best years of my life that I've ever had, hands down. My 40s were me just getting back on, get my brain back in as far as the states were concerned, just being outside of prison. 30s, I remember I said I did 10 years in a biscuit. That means 5 years probation. So in the 30s, I'm still technically feds. I get on at 33. You're not off paper till like 37, 38. So I was technically still, so the 40s was just, okay, I'm out. What I'm gonna do? Basically, 40s was like my discovery time. What am I gonna do? What do I want to do with my life? And then by the time the end of the 40s, I was like, I know what I'll do. And now the 50s, man, lifts. You talking about having some good years, some peace of mind. These 50s. And I heard that life doesn't begin till 50 years old. I'm like, what? That's old. They didn't lie. Life starts to make so much sense. You understand it doesn't get to you when you're 50. You are still young enough to smash the young women. And you're still old enough to smash the young women mama. What's up, Suave? What's up, brother? He said, I didn't want to say it, but I'll be 42 this year. But supposedly these ladies keep saying I'm early 30s. Yeah, Yeah. When you carry your life with positivity and peace and happiness, peace makes you younger, man. Yeah. That's a good statement, brother. Really good. He said 50 is old until you get there. This reminds me of the quote that I heard. Youth is wasted on the young. Youth is wasted on the young. 50 is old. And when you get there and you've taken care of your health, bruh, 50 is so young. 50 is so freaking young. When you take care of yourself and you do 50 right, you got to lie to yourself about your 50s. I'm getting emails from AARP. What they emailing me for? I'm getting people that's saying, like y'all do in the live stream, hey, that's Uncle Dre right there. What's up, OG? Who y'all calling OG? Uncle Dre. Uncle Dre. I am too young because you take care of yourself so well that you have convinced yourself that 50s is like, I ain't old as people realize. If you take care of yourself in your 30s and 40s, I promise you, your 50s will feel like 30s. Yeah, you have a little crimps and cracks, and yeah, you need to twist this and that. But I'm talking about in all sincerity, I kid you not. Like I'm actually buying the stand. I'm actually ordering that tonight. Have you guys ever seen the stand that you can actually put all your equipment on and you can raise it up and it raise up and you can just stand up instead of just using a chair all the time? You can just stand up and do your work. Watch what happened in the next month. Watch how many videos y'all see me and I'm just standing up on the live stream. Just energetic. This sitting down in the chair for 10 hours, this ain't me. I don't like this. I don't like this. Doing a 5-hour live stream, 6-hour live stream, sitting in a chair, this ain't me. So I got one of the little razor things that's coming, that stand. I got it on Amazon. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. I got a good deal on it too. And I got one of those kind of like the monitors that's kind of like what Solo Traveler ORD has. That kind of like that curved monitor. I got one of those coming. I've got the neon light coming, kind of like not like El Guapo's, but more like Angry Man's neon light for our channel. I got that coming through too. So let me see if I can pull this up on Amazon. Yeah, man. Okay, let's see. Let us see. I'm trying to pull the information up now for you guys. Yeah, I got a really good deal on it too. But yeah, it's those things that help keep you young, man. Sitting, like I said, sit in the chair. Yeah, whatever. I can't do that. I was like, man, this sitting in the chair, man, thing is for the birds. The birds, I tell you. Here we go. And I'll drop the link for it too. Let's see. So let's go right here so I can let you guys see it. There we go. Let me move this out of the way. That's the stand I got. Let me give you guys a little. And you can lift it up on the side real smooth. It stands up really tall. And so I plan on connecting all of my stuff to it, including the camera, so everything rises up at the same time. So that's how it'll sit on my desk. And you could drop it all the way down. Let me see if I can click the video. Maybe we can watch the video together. There we go. And you know, I'm one of those type of guys that read reviews and everything, so. So if I want to sit down, I can sit down. If I want to stand up, I can stand up. Here's another video.
I got this stand-up adjustable desktop. It's made to go on a regular desk, and you use it, and then you can make it stand up. So I haven't assembled it yet. So I've taken out the box.
Okay, so it's just picking up the box, reading instructions. Let's fast forward.
Right here. That's whole.
Oh, dude, come on. Let's see.
And then these are going to go in right underneath. And I would suggest just getting a few of them in. Just get them in.
Then tighten them up later.
Hand tight, or at least started. That way you don't have to hold on to it. And I'm not really holding on to it much. You know, you don't want to accidentally break that. So just get it, you know, because I'm not sure how exactly I'll have this configured when I'm getting all set and your stuff. And then if you're sitting down and you're done, and then your key to
okay, there we go.
Clips on, and then some zip ties to zip tie your stuff, because if you got it hooked up like so, that's what that would look like. I'm not going to do that right now because I'm not sure how exactly I'll have this configured when I'm getting all set and done. But here's it. That was it. I mean, that's the only assembly you got to do is just put this on. And that's it. Go back down. Let me push that button, and you're done. And then your keyboard goes here, your mouse right here. I guess here you could, I don't know, put pens or something. I'm not sure what you would put there, but you can put something there for sure.
Cell phone goes right there.
Interesting little thing there. Yeah, you can type away, do your stuff, and then if you're sitting down, on a table per se, and you want to go to stand-up mode, you can go to stand-up. But even here in my kitchen, if I just want to stay here in the kitchen and work, I'm good to go right here. I could put my, phone there. Of course, this case won't fit, but you can put your phone there, your laptop there. Your iPad there, monitors up here, your laptop's up here, wireless keyboard, and I can stand in my kitchen and work. Super cool. Love it. Doesn't take much to go up. Like I said, you can decide how high you go up just by pressing the handle up underneath here. Now you can go all the way up. I'm 6 foot tall, and this on top of my counter is almost up against me. There you have it.
Yep. So that's how you see your boy. And I'll be set up somewhere like that.
A good sit-stand desk option. So with it all the way up, yeah, it works pretty well. If you want to sit down, just lower it, adjust it for your height. I'll bring you back to the back side where you kind of get a look at that as well.
That's how I have mine set up.
For this, I wasn't really prepared for back here. Here's from the backside view. Works pretty well. Got my laptop here, monitored just high enough where I can see it separately, and I got my keyboard and my mouse.
And I'll have my camera connected to it,
the desktop as well. If you got
so the camera rises along with it.
You got your keyboard and your mouse here instead of a computer or a laptop, yeah, that'd work just fine as well. Decent height, I would say, works perfect. And of course, you can always adjust it depending on how tall you are, how you prefer to be angled with the monitors and the keyboard. If you decide that you want to sit down, you can just lower it all the way down. Go ahead and sit down, you're good. But just the option of being able to do this and be able to stand and everything, it's pretty nice.
All right.
Today I'm going to
It's the little things that makes it so much easier. The little things. All right, guys. I hope that information was a bit informative. All right. I'm about to head out, guys. It's been over 5 hours. Thanks for riding out with me. Shout out to all you truck drivers, all you third shifters out there, all you guys that are insomniacs like I am. Shout out to all you guys and ladies, all you overtime workers. Shout out to all you, as well as to the chat. Once again, my name is Andre. This is Andre and Andre's Love Crossing Borders. Make sure you click that like button on your way out. We like you. We really do. Make sure you like us too. All right, guys. I'll talk to you later. Have a good evening and a good morning so far. 2 o'clock in the morning over here.